any of the alders an opportunity to speak before the public. Thank you. Okay, I think I saw Ken join.
Grant is here too.
Okay.
I don't see Ken.
I thought I saw Ken.
He'd be up at the top with all the
No,
other.
he's not. Yep, you're right. I thought he was joining us today, but I don't see him. You're right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us here. So we need 5 votes tonight. Okay. I have 458, Patrick. Is that what you have?
Yep.
And I think I
There's
just saw
Ken.
Ken. And I saw Ken just join. Okay, full house today. Excellent. So we have 9 members here. We need 5 votes to pass a motion. When we hit 5 o'clock, we'll call a meeting to order and let you go ahead and read those instructions.
Okay.
Did you just screen share, Joe?
I did not. Whoever did, please.
Did somebody just screen share something?
Ken Street.
Ken, could you stop screen sharing, please?
Can you unmute him?
Just a second.
No, there you go. Looks like he stopped.
Okay. All right, great. Just at the time I found his unmute button. Okay, call the meeting to order. And before we get started, Joe is going to, Joe Schraven is our tech support, one of the tech support here, and he's going to read some general instructions for us.
Okay. Welcome to our virtual Transportation Commission meeting. We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. To the members of the Transportation Commission and city staff, the chair, clerk, and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting Transportation Commission members. Please be mindful that during any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted until completed, at which time the chair will place panelists back on mute. Voting will be considered unanimous. However, if you object to a unanimous vote, please use the raise hand feature when the chair asks for objections. After clicking participants at the bottom of your screen, you can find the raise hands feature at the bottom of your participants list. Also, use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. This includes staff who are being asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Please wait for the chair to unmute you before you begin speaking. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. If you are watching the live stream, please mute the stream now. There is a 30 to 40-second delay and the audio will cause feedback when you are unmuted. Members of the public who have registered to speak, when your name is called, the facilitator will find your name matching the name you provided in your registration and permit you to speak. If your name does not match, you will not be permitted to speak. Please wait until you are unmuted to begin talking. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it via email to Patrick. Can you give your email quick?
Oh. It's P. McGuigan, PMCGUIGAN at cityofmadison.com.
Great, thank you. Unless there are questions of you, you will be unable to speak for the remainder of the meeting. In order to keep the meeting with the best quality we can. If you do not wish to speak, we encourage you to go watch the meeting streamed live at our website, which is cityofmadison.com/city channel, or at our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/users/City of Madison. Or you can watch us on Charter Digital 994 and AT&T Uverse 99. And the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I will unmute everybody so we can do the roll call. Patrick?
Okay, Chris McCahill,
Present.
right? Ann Kovich,
Present?
Jessica Pia,
Present.
Bill Bremer,
Present.
Ken Strite,
Present.
Bridget Brown,
Present.
Alder Grant Foster,
Here.
Alder Mike Tierney,
Here.
and Harold Cleams.
Present.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to go back and mute all. So should I not allow people to unmute themselves? Okay.
They have to raise their hand.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we have a very full agenda this evening, so we'll need to be very efficient. Please be patient. I will do the very best that I can to run an efficient meeting. So be patient with me and with everybody else as we work our way through this virtual meeting process. We've been doing a lot of training thanks to Joe and to other people. So, but this is our first meetings that's been done virtually. So we'll do the best that we can. Joe already talked about the way we'll handle votes. Somebody asked the other day about how to handle a motion. When I ask for a motion, whoever raises their hand first, I'll call on them to make the motion. Then I'll have to lower the hands and then ask for a second. So I've watched a couple of meetings and there's some logistical delays that may happen. So we'll have to be patient with that as well. And then we'll use the process that Joe mentioned. I'll ask for if there's any objection to a unanimous consent, vote in favor. If there's an objection, please raise your hand. And if so, then we'll do a roll call. And both Patrick and I can see your raised hands, and Joe can as well. So they'll help me with that. We'll follow our standard process on agenda topics. We'll have a brief staff introduction. We'll hold on having presentations. We'll do presentations only as needed. For example, the COVID-19 staff reports have presentations along with them, Garver Path, University Avenue, but where we don't need to have a full presentation, if we can just do a brief presentation, that would be great. The Transportation Commission members are all very diligent and have all read the material ahead of time, so you can assume that everybody has read all of the material. Then before we have comments from the general public, we'll get comments from any alders who are not members of the Transportation Commission, get comments from the general public, and then have our discussion and voting. Okay, any other process questions before we get going? Okay. Approval of the minutes. I'm asking for a motion. Is there a motion to approve? Okay, Ken?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to lower those hands. Is there a second? Somebody want to raise their hand to second? Harold?
Seconded.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Okay, any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor of approving the minutes? Please raise your hand if you have an objection. I do not see any raised hands. Do you, Patrick? Okay, the motion is carried. Public comment. Patrick, do we have any public comment on topics not on the agenda? Unmute Patrick. There you go.
No.
Okay,
No.
Thank you. Okay. So we will go on to disclosures and recusals. Harold?
Yes.
Go ahead. You're unmuted now.
Okay, sorry, took a minute. I want to make a disclosure regarding agenda item 2. I'm board president of Madison Bikes, and Madison Bikes last week sent a letter to the Department of Transportation and the mayor asking to consider creating more space for people by restricting motor vehicle traffic.
Okay. And we did have a discussion with John Strange, who happens to also be on the meeting with us. And this is a disclosure, not a recusal. So Harold will still be able to be involved in the discussion and vote as well. Okay, any other disclosures and recusals? Okay, seeing none. We'll move on to item number 1, which is a report on the actions taken by the Transportation Department during COVID-19. Tom Lynch, you're on here somewhere. There you are. I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
Good. I do have a short presentation, but hopefully the overview will make subsequent agenda items later on go a little bit perhaps more smoothly. I am going to share my screen. So I'll try and not be duplicative or over verbose.
And Tom, if I could just interrupt briefly, when Tom is sharing his screen, if you would like to raise your hand, you need to exit the full screen mode. You can just do that by clicking escape on your keyboard. Thanks.
And I just did that, and I can still see his presentation, but I can see my participant queue off to the right as well. So that's a great technique, Joe. Thanks. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. This is going very quickly. I guess my animations are not there. This unfolded very, very quickly, and probably in a way that almost no one would have ever anticipated. On March 11th, the WHO declared the COVID-19 crisis a pandemic. On the 12th, Wisconsin declared it a public emergency. Then Saturday on the 14th, schools were suspended for, I believe, until the middle of April. And then on the 24th, the governor issued the Safer at Home initiative, where we all stand right now. This is a picture of the governor talking about all the schools closing. This is a picture of emergency order number 12, which we're all under right now. This is all Safer at Home. It's quite interesting because while this was unfolding, I was visiting my daughter in Ecuador. And so I actually had to make one of those emergency exits quickly before all the borders closed. And this is where we stood at, I think it was April 9th, by last Friday. If you looked at the Dane County Health page, we are starting to flatten out, which is good news for everyone. I'm going to start with parking, move on to Metro, where perhaps some of the greatest challenges have existed, and then briefly touch on traffic engineering. For parking, here you see the context. On Tuesday, March 17th, Sabrina and the parking utility suspended all fares or fee collections on on-street meters. You think about that, that's very quickly. It's less than a week after the public emergency was done. That was in an effort to allow better access to downtown and perhaps a little bit less use of transit. On March 22nd, both Sabrina and Yang worked together to develop a thing where they could do temporary loading zones. That would help support restaurants that are doing takeout. Typically, meters, a person would have to pay for the meters or pay to have them hooded. Instead, the hoods on the meters are free. we're just maybe trying to provide as much access to downtown businesses or any business as possible during this crisis. And then on April 2nd, Sabrina and the parking utility suspended all 1 and 2 hour parking restrictions as well as the clean streets parking restrictions. If we look, this was the day after, or maybe 2 days after the free parking meters downtown were, and so you could see there was quite a bit of usage. But this was before the safer at home order. Right now, if you were to go out there, there would not be as much parking. This is a picture of our revenue generating parking garages, right? Which are not generating very much revenue right now. This is a picture of the loading zones. This is by that pizza place. I forgot the name. I should know it by heart.
Ian's?
See, there are the hoods right there. No parking in loading zone, just so that we can support our businesses to the extent possible to try and get them through this very hard time. If we move on to Metro Transit, this is a picture of a Metro Transit bus. This was taken at the East Transfer Point just literally perhaps 2 or 3 days before the safer at home order. We've been monitoring other transit systems regularly, perhaps on a weekly basis. We were doing it about every 3 days, trying to understand what are other transit systems doing. This whole thing unfolded so quickly. We needed to understand how they were keeping their workers safe and also how they were keeping their passengers safe. So if we were to look at Metro's sequence of events, and you'll get perhaps a little bit more detail on this when we get to this agenda item, but basically on the 16th of March, the mayor provided new guidance on emergency leave, giving every employee an extra 10 days. On Wednesday, the 18th, okay, which we reduced the capacities on all buses to 15 passengers, and we asked for all rear exit. So that greatly kind of reduced exposure. However, passengers still entered in the front. On the 19th or the 20th, I can't remember which one, our Metro staff, our maintenance staff, have been very proactive, and they were seeing what other agencies were doing. And about that time, they had been able to get some of the advanced cleaning equipment that was recommended to combat the COVID-19. And right around the 19th or the 20th, all of our buses started going through an enhanced cleaning protocol. On the 23rd, okay, we went from full service to reduced service, and it was reduced in a way so that a driver that uses a bus only does not have to share that bus. For instance, every bus is used once by one driver before it is cleaned again. And so there's quite a bit of caution or safety embedded in the system. This was an immense task. You think about it, all the drivers had to redo their picks, all the routes had to be kind of reconfigured. I'd say we're doing basically a Saturday service with commuter and some extra service to help with those who are experiencing homelessness. Then on the 24th, we went to rear entry and exit. And this was difficult for us because that also meant that we had to suspend the collection of fares. So just to give you an idea of how quickly that was, on systems that we were monitoring, 1 or 2 had suspended fares and done rear entry or exit. And probably by Monday, the 23rd, it had gone up to about 20% of them. So it was becoming a norm. And then on the 26th, we had to do bathrooms. Right now, there are many businesses and business buildings that provide kind of this service to our drivers. But now with all the buildings closed, we had to provide supplemental service. And this actually highlights a need that we need to address in the long term. And then finally into April, we had difficulty finding masks, personal protective equipment. I think there was a strong desire by the mayor's office to reserve equipment that is found for medical professionals, but recently we have been able to obtain some. Natalie's been working that into the protocol. I think she started this past Monday. So here you can see the picture of the 75 that goes to Verona. Here you can see a bus rider. Our bus ridership probably is 5 to 10% of what it normally would be. And yet it's very important. You think about it, all these people have jobs that are deemed essential and or they're getting things that are essential for us, like groceries and stuff. And so while our ridership is down quite a bit, every trip that's on a bus is a very important trip. Here's an example of the signage and what we're doing with the rear entry on our buses. This is a shot of one of the drivers who has actually provided his own masks. Now we've been able to provide them with masks because we've been able to obtain some. And then this is a little video that was done by one of the TV stations. It's about a 3-minute video, and perhaps I should send out the link. It's very good video. It helps explain, really, I'm going to say the extensive cleaning measures that are being done on Metro buses right now, using foggers and wipe downs. So now I'm going to just briefly touch on traffic engineering, but I think Yang will probably provide a more extensive description of this. Traffic engineering, Yang will give an update. Just briefly, we've done automatic pedestrian recall on 50 signalized intersections. We've done quite a bit of social distancing signage. And right now, we're talking about restricting traffic on some streets to local traffic only, and that will be discussed under item 2 tonight. So I that's it. I'll stop sharing my screen. Are there any
questions?
Questions?
If so, raise your hand and we'll get you unmuted.
No? Okay. So I'm just going to say, as we move on to item 2, we'll probably Yang will probably give a very introduction to item 2. Renee will follow up, and then I'll be at the end. And maybe that's a note to you and also to the tech facilitator.
Okay. So we'll have Yang and then Renee and then Tom. Okay. I don't see any hands up. Oh, I do. Grant has his hand up. Go ahead, Grant.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't have any questions. I just really wanted to say thank you to Tom and to all the staff. This has been a really crazy time, and a lot of the work has sort of happened behind the scenes and hasn't gotten a lot of press, but it's just so much that has happened, and just really wanted to say thank you for all the hard work and really great response, all around, both in traffic engineering, metro, and parking.
Great. Yeah, no, you guys have done an awesome job. Any other comments or questions? Don't see any hands raised. Okay, so we'll go on to item, I'm sorry?
And do we need a motion to?
Oh, I'm sorry, we need a motion to accept the report. Thank you very much, Patrick. I'm watching for hands raised, so I forgot. Is there a motion to accept the report? Mike, just unmuted you?
Yes, I'll move that.
Okay, so I'm going to lower those hands. Is there a second? Ken?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor of accepting the report? If so, raise your hand. All right, I don't see any hands raised, so motion carried. Okay, so now we'll move on to item number 2. And Yang, I got to find you down at the bottom here and unmute you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ann. First, I will give a kind of brief overview of traffic engineering response, and also kind of provide a background for this item. And then Relay Callaway will talk a little bit more about some of the details. So I will start to share my screen. So everybody be able to see the slides. Says traffic engineering. Okay, great. So as Tom mentioned, so traffic engineering has been responding to the incidents, and also as he mentioned, this happens so quickly. So it does took all the different agencies some time to adjust. So right now, I'm happy to report that we are kind of transitioning from emergency response mode to kind of productivity enhancements mode. So we're kind of backing into a new norm with most office staff working from home. Only a handful staying in the office, take care of things. And for our field operations, almost everyone still reports to work every day. Only a couple of staff right now working from home or taking some time off. But for the shop, we instituted a lot of protocols to protect our employees and protect the public. So we started to adopt all electronic work order system. So there is no big gathering in the morning for the different groups to talk about that projects. So everything will be everything are handled electronically, and they also communicate by radios, find out where are each other, and trying to avoid each other when they go to the shop to pick up supplies. We also put one person in each vehicle, and right now they are working on field work that can be handled by one person. So we put some projects on hold that requires 2 or more people to work together, but we have plenty projects for them to do with one person only. So that's just a few examples of the social distancing measures we're implementing in the shop. I think most employees feels comfortable with that, and we'll continue to monitor the situation and respond accordingly. So with that, we're happy to report that most of the TE functions continue even under this emergency situation. We are doing a lot of design and review, cracking out plans and specifications for construction projects. And we are moving forward with some safety projects, especially the Vision Zero Advance projects. So we want to keep that moving, and that will be the idea is to introduce those projects at the council soon. We are moving forward with the neighborhood traffic management projects, and getting we're looking at getting the plans out to Board Public Works next week, and get a contractor on board to get lots of projects implemented this year. And we are finalizing our pedestrian bicycle improvements project list. And the shop employees are doing a lot of signing, striping, signal, fiber optic, and radio communication maintenance. We're also keeping the construction permit going. And also we have a front desk staff still working, taking phone calls from our customers, and also provide online services. With the COVID-19 situation, we saw lots of change in the traffic situation in the city. So this graph shows the traffic volume change before and after, the governor's stay at home order. The green line shows the typical weekday. This is actually from John Drive. and the blue line shows current situation. So, and this is typical all over the city. We saw traffic volume reduction over 50%. So that means that our signal timing out there, regular signal timing, doesn't really work very well with very long cycle, to handle a lot of traffic. So we made a lot of change. We bring the cycles down to a more simple level, so that instead of pedestrians, bicycles, or side street traffic has to wait for 2 minutes for a cycle. Now they can wait maybe just a minute or a little bit over a minute to get a cycle moving around. So we did a signal timing change, basically citywide, and just make situation more better for again users on side streets and pedestrian bicycles. As another effort, as Tom mentioned, we take a lot of location intersections with some kind of heavy pedestrian usage. Instead of relying on pedestrian to push buttons to bring up the walk signal, we automatically recall them so that they come up over every cycle and they don't have to push a button. Also, coupled with the cycle length change, the service level actually for pedestrians are improving. We also want to make sure folks understand that. So we made a lot of temporary signs, cover those push buttons, and telling folks that they don't have to push a button anymore. We did that in both English and Spanish. We also installed the social distancing signs along the major shared use path and remind users to stay at least 6 feet apart. So maintain proper distancing. We are happy to say that our residents still trying to maintain their health by going out, getting fresh air, walking, running, and we saw a lot of usage in city parks as well, and also on parking lots near the popular path. We can see lots of cars parked over there and folks getting out and just trying to find some outdoor space to get some fresh air. That's all good, but there are also some concerns. We receive a lot of suggestions from our residents, regarding the concern. And this one I think is typical. That's from the Wisconsin State Journal. That's a letter to the editors. So it's a Madison resident. She says, "I finally venture out of my house for a walk in the fresh air, feeling I would be safe. Then on a path with no easy exit, 2 ladies came jogging near me and breathing heavily. I turned away from them, trying excessively to outrun them. They overtook me, panting and passed me with only a couple of feet between us." The picture on the left were taken by Tom. That's the Cap City Trail right by North Shore Drive. That is lots of users. It's impossible for them to maintain proper social distancing when this many people are on the path. But actually, this is not even the worst time. We've seen situation that's much more crowded than this. So with that, another effort we're thinking about is temporarily restricting traffic and kind of do a soft closure on some streets, or partially close some streets to provide more space for pedestrians and bicycles. You might saw on the news, other cities already kind of done these type of projects, like Denver, New York City. I think most recently, Oakland, California actually did a lot of this. So staff developed, kind of first batch of projects for implementation. We actually have a quite a long list, but we want to start with a few right away to see how it goes, and we may want to expand the program. So one thing I want to clarify, because I expect there may be some question on this, is that what's Transportation Commission's role on this? Typically to do something like this, we would like to bring this to Transportation Commission and asking for this body's approval. However, with things happening quite quickly, and we want to act more quickly also, because right now, doing online meetings, city doesn't has limited resources accompanied frequent meetings for commissions, boards, and committees. Also, given the mayor's order, so right now, staff has authority to go out and implement these projects. But since we have a meeting today, we want to hear what the commission thinks about it, and we value and respect the opinions from the commission. If we feel like commission supports it, we want to move forward, implement these projects right away. Yeah. If this first batch of projects goes received well, we probably want to do more streets very quickly. So that's kind of where we are at with these projects in terms of a Transportation Commission approval. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Anne.
I just want to clarify, this is on the agenda as a report because of what you said, Yang, that this is within your authority because of the mayor's order, but it's here for discussion purposes and to get feedback from the commission. But the action that we'll be asking for today will be to accept the report, but you're also looking for feedback. So I just want to clarify that this isn't on here as an action item or an approval item, other than just receiving the report and getting feedback, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So we do value, the comments from and the directions from the commission.
Okay.
We want to incorporate those into our consideration as well. Sure. Especially when we move on to kind of second phase. If the commission supports this, granted there are concerns from different entities and the public on this, but overall, traffic engineering staff feels like these are the benefits overweigh the potential concerns out there. So we would like to move forward. If the commission also supports moving forward with this, and also if these the first few streets goes well. We already start looking at the next phases of these type of projects, depending on how long the situation lasts. So we value inputs on what might be future opportunities as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
Should I unmute Renee now, and I'll leave you unmuted as well, Yang? So if you want to tag team, you can.
That sounds good. Yeah. With that, I'll pass on to Renee. Kind of talking more details about these projects. And also later on, I think Tom will jump back on to talk a little bit more about John London Drive, or maybe some of the Atwood Avenue as well.
Okay, so right now I have you unmuted and Renee is unmuted.
All right. So I just want to add a few things first. You saw the chart that Yang had that showed motor vehicle traffic and that it was down. And here I will share my screen now. Okay, so this is the same map. And just saying that Harald actually got some of the data from our two visible counters, one on John Nolan there by North Shore, and one on the path of the Southwest Path by Regent by Camp Randall. And he analyzed some of that data, and the bicycle traffic is not down. It continues to be pretty much the same as it ever is. Obviously, weather this time of year has a bigger impact, but it's really not going down. The only thing that is happening is that the traffic is a little bit more condensed for bikes into the afternoon and early evening, which not surprisingly, there isn't sort of that morning commute surge and then the afternoon commute surge and then sort of going out for recreation or going out to events and things. Those things aren't happening, but people are still trying to get out. And obviously right now, the nice part of the day is in the afternoon. So obviously this is important. There are still people making essential trips, walking and biking to jobs that they need to go to, going to grocery stores, all those sorts of things. And also, we're still encouraging people to get out, to walk and bike for their mental health. And as that letter showed, it can be mentally stressful if you're out, you're trying to do good social distancing, but there isn't really that space where you feel comfortable or feel that that's possible to happen. And so that's definitely concerning and something that we want to address. So we looked for some just pilot locations, looking at areas that have crowding, looking for locations that, if you were out, it's a dense, highly populated area, maybe it's apartment buildings, and you wanted to take, say, your 5-year-old kid out and help them learn how to ride a bike, are you going to have a space where you feel like you can social distance and still do that activity? So, and also looking at things, trying to find some that would be easy to implement, that it wouldn't take a long time to do. So these are the locations. I know you've had the map to look at. The red ones would be restricted to local traffic. Deliveries would still go there, garbage collection, and obviously emergency access would still be possible. We have talked this over with a number of people, streets and engineering who do that garbage collection. We talked to the fire department, the police department. Some of you might have seen an email, I think that some was sent to some of you from the fire department with some concerns, but Yang and Tom did have a meeting to talk about it, to kind of explain that these closures mostly are just similar to any construction site and would be less disruptive than actually a construction site where the road is ripped up. This would be easier to get in. And I have a slide later that kind of shows what that looks like. I'll go into the next. So this kind of shows what that would look like. There would just be the typical traffic barricades, like a construction site. If there was flooding like we had in the past, this is kind of how it was done. So pretty simple. People who need to be in there can be in there, but it sort of shows people that if you're not local, this isn't for you. There'd be some signage, but pretty minimal in terms of the requirements. And these are just some signs from some other cities in terms of what they did, pretty minimal. Some had some additional signage, some just put up, that the road is closed to through traffic to kind of get that point across and make people who probably may already be moving into the street feel a little bit more comfortable with that, knowing that they have a space that is sort of what people would think of as a shared street where motor vehicles go slowly, they yield to the other users, and you're on that block because that's your destination. So talk a little bit about these. To the first two, East Mifflin and West Shore and South Shore are already bike boulevards. They have traffic calming in place. They're really streets that people should expect to go slowly. There aren't, it should really just be for local residents. Clyde Gallagher Avenue is very similar. It's short. In many ways, it already doesn't get much traffic. So you might say that it doesn't need barricades. I think, you received a comment from someone that said that, but I do try to put myself in the place of someone with small children that are antsy, that are hard to keep track of, that you're also trying to have them do social distancing. They're maybe not very good at riding a bike or riding a scooter yet, so they weave around, and that gives them a little more comfort with being in that space. Trailsway and Monterey Drive is along Warner Park, kind of similar, a quieter street, some apartment buildings, kind of gives that little extra space when the park paths get busy. Clyde Gallagher is the same way. The path, Starkweather Creek path is on the other side. So if you're feeling like the path is crowded, you can just go over and be on the other side of the creek. Still a really pleasant place to be with your kids. Sherman Avenue, a lot of people contacted a lot of letters about that. I know that there's a lot of neighborhood support for that. I've talked to one of the neighbors, and she talked to her other neighbors. They're we're down not recommended just because we need to work with Metro. I think it could be a good phase 2 project. I know there was also a lot of support from the neighborhood just doing that local only closure for the section that is not a bus route. Then Vilas Park Drive is it's just a park road. We would close it so that you could still park at either end if for people, but the middle would be closed. It also really not a lot of reason for people to be driving through there, but it is popular. It's very lovely in there. People like to walk, run, bike through there. I live near there, so I've been running through on some pretty busy days when you're kind of weaving around and trying to make space for everyone. So it's not great when cars are also coming through. So it seemed like a great place to try this out. And then I think that if you can unmute Tom, he is going to talk about Atwood and John Nolan. And I'll just add while you do that, a lot of cities are starting to do this, even mid-sized cities, more like Burlington, Vermont, and ones like that are starting to do it. Louisville, Kentucky just launched a program. So I think a lot of people are recognizing that need for people to be outside, but being able to social distance so they're not more stressed outside.
Whoa.
Tommy and Renee are all unmuted now.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll share my next set of slides. I suspect that there'll be some discussion and comments, so I think it's probably best just for me to go through the whole set of slides and then we'll have our comments. So I'm gonna start right here. Probably should have started right at the beginning of my slides. And can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm going to talk a little bit about John Nolan Drive. And John Nolan Drive is really broken into two different sections. One goes from Lakeview to North Shore. Then one goes from North Shore to Blair Street or Williamson Street. And then the other is Atwood Avenue that basically goes from, I guess, Oak Ridge to Walter Street. So as mentioned, this section of the roadway, or not the roadway, but the trail is highly used on weekends, nice summer weekends. This is a picture I took, not this past Sunday, but the Sunday prior. It's one of the great things about Madison, and it's also one of the things that are helping keeping all of us sane, right? Because we're in our house 23 hours a day, and so that 1 hour we cherish being able to walk, right? But if you look at the picture, this capital city, of all the places I visit, and I do try and visit frequently, like Tenney Park and the like, to see what are the pedestrian traffic loads. I think this section is has the highest pedestrian bicycle volumes. We had looked at both underneath Monona Terrace as well as from North Shore south. At the presentation at DMI, I think there was a lot of discussion that some people felt like going from North Shore south was more important because we had those constraining bridges. I think right now we had initially looking at concrete barrier to see, could we use a concrete barrier and take a lane from John Nolan Drive? We would put the bikes on John Nolan Drive and the pedestrians on the path. We also drew up some plans on what it would look like at Lakeview, as well as how it would connect back at North Shore. there's perhaps some discussion as whether or not we should be thinking about concrete barrier or not. Let me see if this one kind of gives an illustration that the yellow represents the concrete barrier. We'd have the bikes here. And then the peds would be on the path. This, for the majority of this section, John Nolan Drive is at 45 miles an hour. And initially in my mind, I wondered, 4 years ago when Madison reconstructed the Capital City path in front of the Monona Terrace, Madison put concrete barrier underneath the terrace and put bikes and pedestrians underneath the terrace. So we kind of set a precedent there that we felt like in order to adequately look at pedestrian and cyclist safety, we needed to provide a physical barrier. And so that underneath the terrace is right about 35 miles an hour there. Some at the DMI meeting felt like, well, perhaps using a concrete barrier was overly conservative. Perhaps we could just do with barrels and the like. So I, to the extent that I could, I looked at the Wisconsin DOT's Facilities Development Manual and other publications, and I have 3 different copies, and they pretty much, I wish everything was black and white, but nothing's ever black and white. But they really do point in these particular instances, particularly in the FDM, saying that at these speeds and at these volumes, a structural physical barrier between pedestrians and the motor vehicle traffic is really highly recommended just for the safety of everything. So that's kind of the way we've been looking at it. I brought this to we had a group of engineers between traffic engineering and city engineering saying, well, could we look at this as barrels or not? And we had 8 professional engineers in the room. We wanted to be, how do I want to say this? I think the consensus is that we didn't want to do something inexpensively that we would regret, 2 or 3 months later because someone got seriously injured, at 8 o'clock at night or something to that effect. And so that's kind of the path that we've been on John Nolan Drive. This is a terrible graphic. I should have. You get an idea that this is kind of what the concrete barrier like on John Nolan Drive at the southernmost bridge. We talked this over with with 3 separate contractors that would provide this barrier. There was actually a fair amount of variance in price. If we were to use the lowest price, going from Lakeview to North Shore would cost about $100,000. From North Shore to Blair Street, it also would be about $100,000 roughly. We had a meeting yesterday with MPD and fire. MPD had strong concerns regarding disabled vehicles. You think about the path on the left. Let's say if a car got stuck on the left, there's really there's no shoulder. We have basically curbed and guardrail. And so MPD felt like, well, 1, how do you access a disabled vehicle? And then 2, how do you push them out of the way? We thought that perhaps they would be most concerned about queuing, but queuing at the North Shore intersection, but not. It seems like they were more concerned about this. And then Streets Streets didn't really give an opinion. They just basically said it's going to be difficult to service stormwater facilities. I guess there's stormwater facilities along here that they both have to clean out, but then also they have to have access to in case we have a flooding rainfall event. And they said to service it, they'd have to close northbound John Drive. So I'm going to say 5 days ago, we were leaning towards moving in this direction, but probably the information we've gotten in the last 5 days, we're thinking maybe this isn't the best use of public funds, and it might not. It does improve safety or perhaps provides more social distance for cyclists and pedestrians, but the cost might outweigh the benefits. If we look at the other section, basically from, I'm going to say from North Shore to Blair Street. If you remember that path project that I had referenced 4 years ago, it actually provided extra space on the path between Broome Street and the exit, the signalized exit to Monona Terrace. So we thought, well, what if we could widen out the path with aggregate surface from North Shore to Broome Street, and then from the exit, the Monona Terrace exit to Blair Street. And so we've been talking with Parks, and essentially they said they could do it. What we would do is we would widen out the path similar to what was done 4 years ago with aggregate surface. And literally they are going to start, I think, tomorrow. We've got an account where they can build towards, and unless there's strong reservations expressed by the commission tonight, this is going to be a go. And so this is a picture of what it would look like. This is the section that goes from Broome Street to North Shore. It would be better if we could put the widened path on the south side, because that kind of extends the path that was built 4 years ago. I think park staff just felt like if we were to put aggregate on the south side, it would just wash into the creek. It wouldn't be stable. But they did feel like a 4 foot widened path on the north side was totally doable. And then, yeah, that's another picture. And then as we look at on the east side of the terrace, there's really already a goat path there on the south side that runners use. It's not very nice to walk on if it's rainy or wet or and the like. And so we would put in a 4 foot gravel extension on this path from here, essentially to Machinery Row. I think we might have some pinch points there by the parking lot by Machinery Row, but to the extent that we can, we have to get an erosion control permit, and we're working on that right now. So that's John Nolan Drive. I'm going to talk about Atwood, and then there may be some comments. So Atwood Drive right now is basically west of Oak Ridge and Sugar Lane. You can see Sugar Lane. I'm assuming you can see my cursor, right? Mm-hmm. West of Sugar Lane, it's a very urban type of roadway. The speed limit is 25 miles an hour. We have 3 lanes from Fair Oaks to Sugar Lane. We have 2 westbound lanes and 1 eastbound lane, okay? But then at Sugar Avenue or Oak Ridge, it widens out to 4 lanes. This is for the most part, it's a 25 mile an hour section. So here we are suggesting that rather than have it widen out to 4 lanes, we would just keep the 3 lane section and claim that lane temporarily with barrels for cyclists. And so this is very popular on the Lake Loop. You can see where my cursor is. Cyclists come along. I think, is this Lakeview?
Lakeland.
They come down here, and then they're not supposed to ride on the sidewalk, or maybe they should. I guess they can because there's no buildings, but they ride on the sidewalk until they get to Monona. So instead of having a 4 lane section here, we keep it 3 lanes. This is probably what it would look like. We feel comfortable with using barrels here for 2 reasons. One, it's 25 miles an hour instead of 45 miles an hour. If, let's say, there was a holdup with emergency access, emergency vehicles could travel in an opposing lane. And then also, too, if this doesn't work, or we find we have problems with it, because it's a temporary or a pilot installation, we could just pull it up. This eventually, in 4 years, when Atwood Avenue is reconstructed, this is what it will look like. We will only have 3 lanes in this section rather than 4 lanes. And so in some ways, this is like a test run of what's going to occur 3 or 4 years from now. This is what the traffic control plan looks like for Atwood Avenue. We would end it at Walter Street because technically the Walter Street section, the Lake Loop goes north on Walter Street and follows some off street. We have control of the street all the way to the East Side Businessmen's Club or Association. In the past, the city of Monona has shown or expressed reluctance to allow 3 lanes to go farther into Monona. Perhaps if they see this and they see how it works, it might help them have less reluctance, and maybe we could reduce the section of Monona Drive a little farther down. Also, here's a kind of a, why do we feel comfortable with barrels here rather than on John Nolan Drive? And I think this is this is actually from the FHWA separated bike lane guide. I like this guide because it actually provides dimensions. NACTO often doesn't provide dimensions. But here you can see that it talks about having a 2-way contraflow cycle track adjacent to traffic, lower speed 25-mile-an-hour traffic, and the type of separation that we would have. So that's kind of a discussion of the 2 areas where we're looking at claiming a lane. We can look at other areas, but these have probably consumed our time the last week or so. At that point, I guess I'm open to questions or comments.
Okay, normally what we would do as is typical is to, at this point, have comments if we have people registered to speak, but we also we have several alders who have joined the committee. So before we ask for comments do we have comments or people registered to speak, Patrick, from the general public?
1.
Okay, so first I would like to ask any of the alders who are not members of the Transportation Commission, if you are interested in speaking, if you could raise your hand. Okay, Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm not sure who can answer this, but because the streets in District 2 that I represent that are being proposed either currently or in the future, if Sherman Avenue or some portion of Sherman Avenue might be in the future. Mifflin Street in particular is, pretty close to downtown, and there are a large number of cross streets. Can you describe how cross streets traffic will be accommodated? Will it be pretty much wide open at the cross streets and then barriers just at the beginning and end of every block?
I left Yang, Renee, and Tom all unmuted, so you should all be able to answer.
This is Yan. That's a really good question from Alder Heck. I think the setup will be pretty similar to multi-block road construction, or similar to what we did for flooding in the last couple of years. We will put barricades at each end of the block, and for side streets they can still get by, but for if the side street has stop signs, things like that, we may flag that. But just because we have barricades on Mifflin Street, that can give the users on the crossing streets some hint that something's going on. They have to be more careful. So that's the plan right now, but we'll see how it goes. If adjustments are needed, we can make adjustments as well.
And perhaps if it's a busier cross street, it might have a different treatment than a less busy cross street.
Correct. Yeah. So where warrants, we can even introduce temporary always stop signs. If a side street is not currently stop controlled, for example, if it proves to be a problem, and if the user is on the street, the number is high enough to warrant that. So we have different options responding to it if there is a need for that.
And because of needing to retain access to food, for instance, festival foods, I can imagine people wanting to use the cross streets in that vicinity to access the parking garage there. But so they will be able to get through those intersections somehow in order to get to the parking garage.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And,
thanks.
One other block, where festival food has a driveway, they will be considered as local traffic, so they can get in and get out.
Okay. And then also there's one big construction site that's very active at Ingersoll in Mifflin, as well as one coming at Dickinson and Mifflin. So I assume you can work with the contractors there to make sure they understand that they, in some ways, are going to be considered local traffic, but they'll need to be made aware.
That's correct. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alder Carter, you're next.
Yes, thank you. With all these changes, has safety been taken into consideration for the police or fire vehicles getting through?
That's another really good question. Actually, as Tom mentioned, that we met with both MPD and the fire department this week, discussing that issue. For the local streets, the ones with right line side, we'll do soft closure, which means local traffic can still be maintained. Emergency vehicles can still get through. Also maintenance vehicles like garbage connections, things like that, they can still get through, and also delivery trucks. So we just want to encourage through traffic to go somewhere else, so that we can reduce the traffic volume on these streets, and will be more friendly for pedestrians and bicycles. And for the streets, with the black line side, which is Jonathan Drive and Atwood Avenue, if moving forward, it's just an enclosure. So those vehicles will be coming as well. But as Tom mentioned, we did hear pretty significant concern from police department about disabled vehicles on Jonathan Drive. With this proposal with the barrier, they will not be able to move the vehicle off to the shoulder very conveniently. But for Atwood Avenue, since we have 3 lanes for both directions, so that's not much a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Alder Rummel, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really good informational presentation. I'm happy to learn about the John Nolan reconsideration. I think I agree with Tom that it seems I wouldn't recommend it either, having heard about it, and I like the idea of widening the path. I just want to share an anecdote. So Yang sent alders the PowerPoint over the weekend, and I tried to post it on my blog, but of course the permissions weren't available to everyone. And I put it on like the neighborhood Facebook page, and I tell you, you had to go inside to open the link to even find the PowerPoint, which I kind of doubt whether everyone does generally, but everyone opened it up and started emailing me. I can't open that PowerPoint. I want to see what you're proposing. So I think there was a lot of excitement about closing Atwood there. And it seems, as it was pointed out, it's sort of the future of Atwood anyway, a great chance to have a pilot. So that's it. I'm totally supportive of that. And also Clyde Gallagher, which is right adjacent to Starkweather and would make a great kind of scenic place for people to walk. My question is I have two questions. One, how are we, in addition to just the signage, how are we going to message this? And what is the duration? Do we have a sense now through June, longer? I know we don't really know, but what's the short-term idea of what the duration will be? And that's my questions. Thanks.
Okay, I can try to answer those two questions. And I will maybe ask Renee and Tom to add if they have additional information. In terms of communicating the information, we're thinking about a few different ways. The most basic way is the signing at in the field at the beginning of each block. We'll have a barricade with a sign that says local traffic on it. We can also we're also planning on doing press release. So get the words out to the public through that, and we expect the media will pick this up as well. So hopefully we can get the words out by these ways. Actually, we do want to let people know so that as the public looking for places to walk, to run, to bike, we hope to give each neighborhood some options so they can go there instead of everybody goes to the popular routes in the city like John Drive, like the Capitol Trail along John Drive. So that's what we're thinking about. Regarding the second question about the time frame, that's also a really good question. So right now we are thinking that let it go through whatever time period is for this stay home order. We at this point we really don't know how long that's going to be, but for Atwood Avenue we are thinking about that because of the nature of the barrels leaning on the road and the need for snow plowing during the winter. We're thinking about for that one, maybe we move that one right before the first major snow, before a snow plow going to destroy them anyways. So that's the information that I have. Renee, Tom, you have anything to add?
Just a follow up. You're saying Atwood, you would leave those barrels up as a pilot through the first snow? So no matter what, when we would end the stay-at-home orders, those would stay. Is that what you're just to make sure I understood you?
No, I don't think I've been very clear on that. I think that's a possibility. If things goes well, we can leave them as a pilot. However, we may expect that the stay-home order may actually be longer than we thought, or if the order lifts, but travel volume is still manageable. I think we want to leave that, as long as possible, unless, we all go back to normal, and the traffic volume picks up, and there are operational problems. But if there's not operational problems, even the order is lifted, I think it might be still a good idea to leave it out there until the first snowfall, just as a pilot, for the upcoming construction project.
So I guess I'm going to add to Yang's. That's one that we would probably monitor. Like for instance, we've been in discussion with parks, but they want to make sure that left turns into Olbert Gardens when it opens up are handled okay. And then we also just want to monitor, the entrance to the Olbert Gardens boat ramp. You'll have vehicles with trailers interacting with the cycle track. We really don't think it'll be a problem, but we just want to be able to, it's a great opportunity. This is a great opportunity to see what this will be like 4 years from now. We'll do the pilot, and we'll make adjustments to the pilot if we need to, and we'll keep it going as long as we need to. But the great thing about it being barrels is that we can stop at any time we feel like we need to.
There is a chance that people will really fall in love with this. And if you end it really soon, they're going to be like, unhappy, but whatever. We'll deal with that when it comes.
Did you have anything else, Alder Rummel?
No, thank you, Ann.
Alder Evers, you are up next.
Thank you. I just want to say I support this for the two areas in District 13, West Shore and South Shore Drive. I've checked with residents there. They're in support. And with respect to Vilas Park Drive, as you're probably aware, the work that started on the Vilas Park Master Plan, the question of whether or not this drive should be closed to through traffic is very much on people's minds. And there is a strong sentiment that it should, that many people are using this as a shortcut to cut through that neighborhood to get quickly to South Park Street and to the Beltline or whatever. And that because of the geometry of the street, the width of it, there is not much room for pedestrians and bikes to share that path with vehicles. So I strongly support this. I think that this, in fact, also can function somewhat as a pilot to see how the neighborhood acclimates to this idea of not being able to use Vilas Park Drive for a cut through. So I want to commend you for the work that you've done on this. I do think it will prove to be a benefit to the residents in District 13.
Okay, did you have anything else, Alder Evers?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Transportation Commission members, do you have any questions or comments? Raise your hand. Bill.
Tom and Yang, as far as John Nolan, I think if I understand right, you're leaning toward the use of the barrels. Have you discussed the possibility of reducing the speed limit in that section during this time?
Yeah. So actually, we are want to clarify. Right now, it's the opinion of the engineers in the city that if we were to do it, we would only feel comfortable doing it with concrete barriers, not with barrels. And we looked at a lot of different things, but the 45 mile an hour just doesn't feel right, along with some of the FDM guidance and then the precedent that we set underneath the Monona Terrace with a concrete barrier 4 years ago. So we are not, this is unfortunate, and it means that we will have 3 to 4 weeks where this situation north of, or actually it's south of South Shore, isn't addressed fully, but we are saying that if it were to be done, it should be done with a concrete barrier or not at all. And right now, based on our interactions with the police department and the cost associated with it for a couple of months, we're leaning towards not doing anything. We could also do more signage with, single file and the like, but we're not taking a lane. As far as reducing the speed limit, yes, we feel like that this in the long term does not need to be 45 miles an hour. I think the physical characteristics of the roadway would need to change to try and get that point across. Probably at the next Transportation Commission meeting, perhaps we have to discuss that. We have a bunch of Vision Zero advanced projects where we are proposing to lower the speed limit at different parts of the city. And this definitely is, would be a candidate for lowering the speed limit. But right now, the roadway typical section is one that's I'm going to just say it's semi-expressway. I don't think that just if we put a sign in the ground, it would change really anything because we don't have any side friction as far as intersections, parked cars or anything. So we could go ahead and put a sign that says 25, but because the road was built for 45 or 50, we're not sure how effective that would be.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I want to add that for Atwood Avenue, actually, as Tom mentioned, that the most stretch is 25 miles per hour. A small stretch near the east end, right now is signed at 30 miles per hour. And our plan actually is to reduce that speed limit temporarily from 30 to 25 miles per hour.
Okay. I think Atwood's will work very well.
Yeah. And maybe to add on to Yang's comment, on General and Drive, we're going from 45, trying to get someone to go from 45 to 25 is different than someone who's going 25 and just saying you have to go 25, 700 feet longer before you go 30. And so that's why we feel like General and Drive and Atwood Avenue are kind of two different types of roadways, two different characteristics.
Okay, before I apologize. It's unusual for us to have general comments on report items, but Patrick, you said you had someone from the public who wanted to speak. So before we get to the rest of the commission, can we go to the comments from the general public?
There are 8 registrants. Only one wishes to speak. That's Tom Wilson.
Okay, can you unmute Tom, please, Joe?
Hello, can you hear me? This is Tom.
Yes. We can. Hi, Tom.
Hi. I just wanted to comment on this. I think this is outstanding. I'm really, really happy to see that we're looking at this and kind of starting to do this. Atwood sounds awesome. I know. I think it's a good opportunity to do the pilot. I guess I'll focus on John Nolan. I kind of hope we don't just give up there. On the stretch under Monona Terrace, I think is particularly important, and there's a lot of room there. I think extra space to convert one lane. I know I use that frequently to get my groceries, and going in front of Monona Terrace on the Cap City Trail recently has been pretty rough, and I've had to try to time it so that people hopefully aren't there. But I also want to comment on the Lakeside to Blair section. A few things there. I think if I'm correct, the speed limit is 35 on the northern section of that southern portion. So it slows from 45 down to 35 where that kind of bend to the east takes place. But I would definitely be in support of reducing that speed limit at least down to 35. And then regarding the concerns brought up by police and fire are certainly legitimate for places to push disabled vehicles. Perhaps we could consider doing a combination of Jersey barriers, the concrete barriers, and barrels where you have some gaps in the concrete barriers big enough to comfortably push a vehicle off, and no one's going to be concerned about pushing a few barrels around if there's a crash. That would also provide access to streets if there were a flooding event and that kind of thing. Reducing the number of Jersey barriers would, I expect, lower the cost of that and also the time to implement. So hopefully that's something that folks can take a look at. And then I'll just finish with just a follow-up on the comment that Alder Rummel made about hopefully, folks might fall in love with some of these things. And I really hope that that's what happens. If we turn over some of our streets to people and people fall in love with that, I think it's all the more reason why we should be giving some of these things a shot. So thanks for the opportunity to weigh in. I appreciate all the work the staff's done on this. I think this is outstanding.
Thank you, Tom. Does anybody have any questions for Tom? Or staff have any comments?
I'll make just one comment regarding the intermittent use of concrete barrier. And that was actually brought up by some staff as well. The problem is that with concrete barrier, you either have to use an end, if you have you have to use an end treatment of those crash cushions that you see. If it's within the, within the clear zone. So basically, every time we had a break, we would have to set up a series of crash cushions to reintroduce a concrete barrier. So that makes it just more difficult.
Okay, we'll go to Bridget then. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for letting me talk here for a minute. So I just want to say, so my background, my job, I work for Department of Natural Resources, and I specifically work with state parks and trails. And if you guys have seen the news lately, we got a little overrun with a lot of folks coming into our properties that were, not necessarily regular users. And subsequently, we closed a number of our properties because of a lot of the kind of the damage that was happening. And what I found was that we had a lot of folks that were coming that weren't necessarily our regular visitors and not necessarily our regular users. And as someone who uses a lot of the paths that you guys are talking about, I walk to Olin Park usually twice a day from over by Monona Terrace. I'm seeing a lot of the same thing. So it seems like there are a lot of folks who are getting out who might not be regular users of our trails here in the city under other circumstances, which is great. But I'm seeing folks who maybe don't necessarily have some of the etiquette understanding that I think most of us might have of, staying to the right, passing on the left, really some of those basics. And I had sort of thought that by now folks might get a little bit normalized into people's behavior, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be happening. And as someone who has recently decided to take up running, or at least trying to, with my dog, it does get really tough when you have folks who kind of aren't all on the same page in trying to social distance. And I definitely appreciate the kind of the engineering difficulties here particularly with John Nolan. But one thing I'm thinking might be helpful is if the city could, provide some basic kind of etiquette information about using these kinds of facilities, and sort of what the sort of shared ethic generally is among people. Even if there isn't an opportunity to physically separate people as much as, might contribute to better social distancing, I think there's at least maybe some messaging that could help. So that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you, Bridget. Anybody have any comments or questions for Bridget before I lower her hand there? Okay, Chris, you're up. Should be unmuted now.
Yep, I think you can hear me now. So first, not to belabor it, I think I'll echo what everybody else has said about John Nolan Drive being important, but also a challenge. So I just encourage you to keep thinking about that and hopefully come up with something creative. The other observation I was going to make kind of stemmed from a lot of the, I think a lot of the pushbacks or concern that people are raising about some of these streets, like the emergency access concerns and things like that, basically just stem from the idea that calling these road closures sort of conjures an image of like the road being physically closed off to anyone that would want to access them, and that's not the case. So I know you're familiar with the Burlington, Vermont program, which looks, I think, very similar to what we're doing here, except that they're calling them shared streets. So basically what we're doing is we're letting people use the streets in an unconventional way, walking and biking, with the recognition that folks can also use that street if they have to, safely for emergencies and for local access. So just something to think about in terms of communicating, rolling this out, handling some of those concerns.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, Ken, you're next.
Well, why don't you go ahead with Harold? I was going to move acceptance of the report, not because this isn't really important stuff, but we have an agenda that has about another 2.5 hours. So I just wanted to thank them, but move acceptance.
Okay, I'll leave you with your hand there for right now. I suspected that this would be probably the most active agenda item based on what I had heard. So I'll leave you unmuted for now, Ken. Harold, you're up.
Yeah, and I acknowledge that we have a busy agenda, so I'll try to keep this short. One comment about John Nolan Drive, or a question, is part of the concern that drives this need for concrete barriers that it would be a two-way path that the barriers would be protecting? Because, I mean, obviously, we have roadways that have a bike lane, which is paint, which is not even a barrel, and we're fine with that. And so I'm wondering if the two-way aspect is what is driving that. And if that is the case, would it be a consideration to only have one-way traffic that goes with the flow of the traffic to alleviate some of those concerns? The second question is about the kind of restrictions on the local traffic streets. So I know under normal circumstances, if the goal is to lower traffic volumes and have local traffic only, we would do that with diverters. And I'm wondering if that's something that you have considered, so that, for example, you would ban entry from one side of the street and not from the other side. That's just an idea. And the third comment, and this is maybe more relevant to if you're going to expand that and how you select projects, really looking at areas of the city where there are no sidewalks. Because, I mean, it's one thing to have one sidewalk, which is too narrow for two people to pass each other. It's another one if there are no sidewalks to begin with. Thank you.
I think I'll go ahead and answer the first part.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
So, Harold, well, first I'm going to affirm Bridget and Chris. Both the comments that you made were excellent. And Bridget, the idea of path etiquette is an excellent one, and we can talk about that, tomorrow, particularly right by the bridges, right? I think so. Those are both excellent comments. And then for Harold, what you're talking about is correct. We are thinking of having a bi-directional cycle track that's taking the lane. And if we did not, for instance, if we had a bicycle, if we basically had northbound traffic on the left and then southbound traffic on the right? So that if I'm looking north, if we had northbound traffic on the left and then southbound traffic on the right, we probably wouldn't feel like we need to have as extreme measures. For instance, it would be very similar to, let's say, a rural highway, right? Where the cyclist might ride, next to 45 or 55 mile an hour traffic. The problem is that, as Bridget mentioned, on the path, we have unfamiliar users. And then we would be asking actually users to do the exact opposite that they're supposed to do at every other place. Instead of staying on the right side, we'd ask them to go on the left side. So basically, normally, this is difficult to show, but normally, if I'm going northbound towards the Capitol, right, I would, if I were going to have the path be one direction and the lane taken on John Nolan Drive be another direction, okay? Normally in America, my northbound movement would be on the right, okay, which would be on the path. My southbound movement would be on the left, which would be on the lane taken from John Nolan Drive. And instead, if we were to do that, we would actually, so that's kind of, if we were to do it and do it with barrels and do it similar, let's say, to a rural highway, we'd actually be asking northbound to be on the left and southbound to be on the right. And so I think we would just feel like we would have a hard time directing people to the right place. Do you know what I mean? Because what you're saying is correct. We thought about that, or at least I thought about that. But it's a little bit counterintuitive to the way we have cyclists ride right now.
Thank you.
Were there other comments or answers to Harold's questions? Did you get everything you needed, Harold?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right. Grant, you're next.
Thank you. Real quickly, yeah, local traffic only streets. I think that's a no-brainer. And also, I think Harold's comment of considering as another alternative, just restricting travel in one direction could also have the same impact. So something to keep in the toolbox for other locations as well. John Nolan, I agree with everybody. It's probably the highest need location for this, but also really do appreciate all the thinking and kind of creative thinking that went into it, and agree that there are some really serious issues with it. I do appreciate the idea of adding a kind of gravel shoulder for walking, so definitely support moving forward with that. Certainly won't fix all the problems, but I think it's a great thing to move forward with. I agree to the point about sort of etiquette. My thought is maybe even in a little bit different way, though, rather than just focusing on sort of how to be a good path user, maybe helping promote with some signage what Renee mentioned earlier about sort of peak times of day, and really just put that out on some signs right on the path as well in that section, and just really be transparent with everybody that these are the busiest times, and maybe even explicitly ask people that if you're gonna to not use the path for recreational purposes during those times, and to really try and keep it for people that are needing to use it for transportation, and then possibly also with a list of maybe some other alternate locations for recreational users that they might not know about and may not be accustomed to, especially kind of in the downtown area. So maybe just kind of pointing out, hey, have you considered or tried going for your run or biking or whatever in some of these other places? Just really trying to encourage people to stay out of there if they're not, if they don't need to, because there are so many people that really need to use that as the route to get to work and back. The only other thing with John Nolan that came to mind was a comment that came up during the TPPB meeting around trying to get some additional physical distancing on some of the islands, particularly at the North Shore crossing and the kind of Blair Willie. And so I hadn't heard any updates on that, and I'm sure it's challenging, but maybe just kind of keep that on the list. And if there is a way to manage that with some signal timing, I think that's one of the areas where you really are not going to be able to get more than 2 people on some of those islands where you're, with 6 feet apart. So if that's not on the list, just make sure you're kind of looking at that one. For Atwood, big thumbs up on that. Very supportive, and I liked the comment about reducing the speed down to 25 through there. I think that would be a really good addition with that pilot. And then you didn't mention it, but I'm assuming you would do some temporary striping in that lane for 2-way. Okay, getting a nodding there. And then I think the only other comment I have is just a general one. Again, I'm fully supportive of staff continuing to look for other locations, and I think this fits, well within the authority of the traffic engineer to implement temporary traffic control measures, even sort of outside of any special orders. So I think, as you find other locations, yeah, I would support moving forward with them and being nimble. Might just want to consider having some mechanism for members of the public to submit comments or ideas as we continue through this, especially if it gets drawn out. Just having a good location for, let us know which spots you're seeing that could use some kind of treatment, and then also maybe in that same place, if it's a website or whatever, just putting here are some locations that are being considered. It's just doing our best way to kind of keep that transparent for the public, so folks know what ideas have been received and what's being considered, or even ideas that have been received considered, and that we're not moving forward with just a quick, this is why we're not doing it at this time. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay. Bridget. Okay, you're unmuted. I thought you were unmuted. There you go.
No, thanks. Yeah, just really quickly, I just wanted to echo what Grant said about some of the signal timing. It's always been pretty wonky crossing, especially, again, I'll go back to John Nolan. And there are two crossings in particular that are problematic. But, these days, not only, I feel like not only are we seeing, just a lot of people out, but a lot of people who aren't able to necessarily make the timing of the lights, which, adds to problems. And then on top of that, when you're trying to social distance as you are crossing, it just makes it incredibly difficult to obey the law and sort of keep traffic flowing as it's intended. So I just want to comment on that. And I guess also offer, obviously I spend a lot of time there. So I definitely have some thoughts about how that might be improved. So thanks.
Okay. Jessica. Whoops. You lowered your hand, Jessica. Did you want to speak or not? Just a second. You went away. There you go. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thanks. I appreciated the comment that the District 2 Alder made about keeping in mind some of the construction projects that are happening on the Mifflin Street with any interference on Mifflin Street. And so I guess I would just request to consider how far, I think Chris's point was a great one, that this is also kind of, it should primarily be only local traffic right now that is traveling along a lot of these streets anyway. And so I think it would be great to be able to talk to some of those contractors and know whether how much they use those streets and whether their equipment can get around whatever spacing of barriers are on those streets, or to consider whether or not those particular blocks are appropriate to extend this treatment.
Is that all, Jessica?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anything else. So Ken, we're back to you for a motion.
Motion to accept the report with the encouragement of staff to continue brainstorming and to implement sooner rather than later.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Chris?
Second.
Go ahead. Okay, there's a motion by Ken and a second by Chris to move ahead and encouraging brainstorming and to move ahead as quickly as possible. Any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor of accepting the report and the recommendations that were just made with that? If there are any objections, please raise your hand.
So, and so I'm wondering, Patrick, so we have a few other registrants. Do the members want to know who the registrants are and what's their positions before voting on it?
Oh, we could certainly do that. Patrick, do you want to just read down the registrations and whether they support or oppose, and if they made any comments?
Sure. There are 8 of them. And like I said, Tom was the only one that wanted to speak. All the rest are in support. So as follows, they are Gabriel and Lindsay Stanek on South Shore Drive, Zachary Redding on South Shore Drive, and Kristen and Dwayne Penagore on South or West Shore Drive, a Kathy Douglas on Worthington Avenue, and a Bill Whitford on Sherman Avenue.
And I would also say that we got a lot of email comments, Yang, that were distributed. I read all of them, at least up until I signed on to the Zoom meeting, and then I didn't see any other ones after that. And I believe all that I saw were in favor with the exception of one. I think I saw one that was opposed. Was that a fair assessment, Patrick?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table. I do not see any hands raised, so the motion carries. Thanks, that was a great discussion. I knew that was going to be an active topic because there was a lot of interest in that topic, so great discussion. If there are no objections, we've had a request to move the University Avenue project, which is agenda item number 9, up on the agenda to this point. Are there any objections to doing that? Okay, I don't see anybody raising their hand. Okay, now I just have to find Chris Pedikowski. Chris, are you going to start off? I got you unmuted now.
Sure. Thanks everyone can everyone hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thanks everyone for having us. We're going to be presenting the University Avenue project, which is up for reconstruction in 2022. And we've been working on the design the past year and a half or so, and are coming to you with this resolution, which would approve the geometry and give us the confidence to start working on all the final plans for the project. And we have presented to the commission before in 2 different times for informational purposes, and taken up your comments and tried to reflect them in the design as best we can. And Glenn's just going to give you kind of a brief recap of the design here to refresh your memories.
Okay, I just unmuted Glenn, so.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, I'll share my screen here. So you should see an overview of the project. Is that coming through okay?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so like Chris said, I'll just give a quick overview of the project, and then Jerry Shippo will be available to give some more information about from traffic engineering, the traffic engineering part of the project. The overview here shows the limits of the project on University Avenue from Shorewood Boulevard to University Bay Drive. We have a lot of stakeholders with the project. This right away is half in the city of Madison and half in the village of Shorewood Hills, and we're joint sponsors of the project. The project will be let and managed by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, and we also have roughly $12.7 million of federal funds for the project. So we will have federal highways oversight on the design and approvals as well. And in addition to those stakeholders, there's some large stakeholders along the project. We have the University Hospital and the VA Hospital on the north side of University Avenue at the east end of the project, and running all the way along kind of the north side of University Avenue is a railroad corridor owned by the Department of Transportation and operated by Wisconsin and Southern. So we have a lot of large stakeholders here that we're trying to work with and come up with suitable kind of design to satisfy all of our needs here. So as Chris said, we presented twice. We had 2 public meetings and then two informational presentations to the commission back in June last year, and then again in December. The proposed geometry, which is what we're considering for approval with this item, has not changed significantly since our last presentation in December. We've made some minor changes, but generally it's similar to the presentation in December. Our our goal with the project in general is to kind of enhance, improve the pedestrian experience and the bike experience on the corridor. The existing street is kind of like a highway typical section, has wide travel lanes and missing sidewalk, no sidewalk along the north side of the corridor. So what we're trying to do is provide wider terraces, wider sidewalk, and continuous sidewalk all along the corridor, narrow the travel lanes to try and calm traffic and give us more space to provide for the other modes rather than just motor vehicles. So if we start at the Shorewood Boulevard end of the project, you can see the typical section that we're proposing will have 11-foot lane, 6 lanes, 3 lanes in each direction, an 11-foot lane, a 10.5-foot lane in the middle, and then a 10-foot lane next to the median. As I mentioned, this project will have federal highways oversight, and this corridor is on the national highway system, so that kind of puts us into certain categories where we have to meet as far as standards for the design. One of those is that we maintain at least one 11-foot lane for truck traffic. So that's why we're keeping that 11-foot lane, and the other lanes we're proposing to narrow to try and calm traffic and give us more room for other modes. We are, as I mentioned, on the north side, we're proposing this new sidewalk where there is no sidewalk today. That's something the village is in support of. The north side is the village right away. And we're proposing to add that. We see, in areas, we see a need for it. We see worn paths along the existing roadway, and we see a need for that sidewalk there. On the south side, we were able to widen, by narrowing the lanes, we're able to widen the terrace and provide a wider sidewalk to give pedestrians more space and separation from the roadway. We looked at a lot of proposed typical sections trying to accommodate bikes, and unfortunately the corridor is not wide enough to provide bike lanes on the street without narrowing the terraces and providing some decent separation. So what we proposed on the south side is a wider sidewalk that bikes could potentially use. They could choose to use that. And we know it's not our ideal desire, but that's what we can do for now. It would be our intention then, as properties continue to develop in the area, to acquire more right away from them, so that in the future we can provide a more continuous bike amenity along this south side of this roadway. So if we just look at some of the improvements we have at University and Ridge, we're proposing to keep the kind of boomerang island at this intersection with a kind of a half access. We are increasing the size of that island, making it longer in the longitudinal direction, provide more space for pedestrians. We are removing today, there's an existing crosswalk on the southeast quadrant of this intersection, and we're removing that leg of that crosswalk and making it just this one crosswalk in the diagonal direction as shown there. If we move on to the east, we providing a U-turn bay just west of Franklin that allows traffic to essentially go westbound from Ridge Street. The turn movement, that movement would be a right turn and a U-turn, and then traffic could continue on to the west using that U-turn bay. And then as we move to the east, the University Avenue, University Bay Drive intersection, which is pretty extensive intersection in the city. This is one of the busiest intersections we have, and like I mentioned, we have two hospitals on the north side of the intersection, and it's pretty important to maintain efficient access and efficient operations here. So we are proposing to add dual left turns from eastbound University up to northbound University Bay Drive. And then to receive that dual left turn, we're adding a northbound lane on University Bay Drive and also adding a bus pullout on University Bay Drive to allow traffic to move more efficiently and get around those buses as they serve passengers in that area. It's a very busy bus stop location, and a lot of users going to the employment center, the two hospitals, and the other businesses in this area. We're also proposing to add sidewalk on the east side of University Bay Drive, where it currently ends at north of Overlook Terrace. So we would make that a continuous connection to where the sidewalk begins again, up past the across from the Unitarian Church there. Also proposing a new signalized intersection at Overlook Terrace and University Bay Drive. That is something that the Veterans Administration Hospital has requested, and in order to widen University Bay Drive and add the wider sidewalk here and the bus pullout, we have to acquire property from the VA, and we have traffic engineering has determined that the signal would work here and could operate in conjunction with the signal at University Avenue and University Bay Drive. Some other improvements at this intersection we're showing is in the northwest quadrant, we have this pork chop island, which we've increased the size of relative to the existing island that's there. We're also adding a raised pedestrian crosswalk in this area so that we have, again, it'll calm traffic and give both pedestrians and vehicles better visibility to identify that crosswalk and people using it. We're also providing or proposing some improvements here for Metro and the future BRT system. We maintain on the northwest side of the intersection a bus pullout for future BRT, and on the northeast side of that intersection, we're adding a bus bypass right turn lane so that buses can utilize that lane to cross, kind of jump the queue at the intersection to cross into the bus pullout lane on the west side of the intersection. And we're doing a similar situation on the south side. We're adding a bus pullout lane east of the intersection. So this would be moving the existing bus stop, which is west of the intersection, to the far side, which would improve Metro operations and future BRT operations. We're also adding no right turn on red for northbound traffic on northbound Farley because that's another comment we had about trying to limit the conflicts between turning traffic and pedestrians crossing University Avenue there. We're also on the east side of this intersection. We're extending the median here so it can be crossed as a two-stage crossing. Currently, the crosswalk does not go through the median, so it has to be crossed as a single phase operation. So that's one thing we're doing on the east side. We think we're going to see more use of this east side crossing because we're adding the sidewalk connection to the north along University Bay Drive. So that's a quick overview of the project of the University Avenue geometry of the project. We have another component of that is the proposed overpass of University Bay Drive. And I'll just switch to that display. There's the existing UW campus drive path is along the north side of the railroad corridor east of University Bay Drive. And last year, the Village of Shorewood Hills built a path on the west side of University Bay Drive. And currently there's an at-grade crossing. So we're proposing to install an overpass here, a grade separated overpass to get those bikes off of the kind of relieve that portion of the traffic demand in this intersection. So we're proposing to put an overpass connecting those two segments of the bike path and providing a connection from that overpass down to University Bay Drive. You can see the existing path on the east side is on railroad corridor. It's there by an easement between UW and the Department of Transportation. So we're still looking at and coordinating with both UW and the VA to get a final configuration for this area. And we're going to try and impact the VA property as little as possible because, as I said, we need to acquire right away to put anything on their property, and it would have to be an agreeable transaction. We cannot condemn or take property from the VA, a federal agency. So it has to be an agreeable transfer. This next display shows what we are proposing at this point, or something similar to a connection from the longitudinal path and a spur from the path down to the sidewalk on the east side of University Bay Drive. In previous presentations, we had more of a clover leaf loop shown here, but VA has pretty adamantly opposed that. They want us to try and impact their property as little as possible. So this is our current geometry that we're still coordinating with them, and this is our current proposal. So with that, I guess I could turn it over to Jerry to talk about modeling and some traffic capacity issues.
Okay, Jerry, I unmuted you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so let me grab my slides here.
Glenn, did you want to be unmuted or muted now?
I could be muted.
Okay, there you go. Chris, you're muted at the moment. Jerry, you're the only one who's unmuted. So if you guys want to be unmuted, just raise your hand and I'll get you unmuted.
All right, so you can see my screen then fine?
Yes.
All right, so this is actually a slideshow or slides that we've discussed the last time we were at the Transportation Commission. So I'll start there and then we can go over, I guess, any questions you have. But some of the questions that we heard through our public information meetings was converting the outer lanes to buses and right turn only lanes, and opening up the Ridge University intersection to a full access signalized intersection. They're two different topics. They're not really related to the other, one really related to the other than they're on this corridor. So we ran modeling of this corridor with the proposed configuration and then with the outer lane being a bus and right turn only lane. And so right here, we've got kind of average delay in seconds on the left for the proposed layout, and then on the right with the dedicated bus lane. And this is in the morning peak. And as you can see, the average delay in the eastbound direction goes up by several factors in magnitude. And then we did the same in the afternoon peak and kind of saw the same thing. It doubles and triples in average delay. And then we looked at, well, how long would the queues be? And we had to extend our limits. Now this is, once you get over kind of an intersection failing, some of the models, they kind of give you really weird results. But the fact of the matter is it shows that we would have signal failure at pretty much all of the signalized intersections along this corridor. And so what that means is you have queues from one signal backing up into the other signal, which that signal itself is failing. So now you've kind of exacerbated the problem. It's backing up further and more rapidly, and you're sitting several cycles per signal to get through that signal. Or if people are blocking the intersections, then side streets can't move. And one of our fears with that is, I mean, obviously it's a lot of congestion, but you might get drivers trying to find alternative routes and cutting through neighborhoods. And even if there maybe aren't good neighborhood cut throughs, you're still going to have people trying to find good neighborhood cut throughs. So we're trying to avoid, spillover of traffic into the neighborhood. So this, these screenshots are just kind of showing how Synchro modeled the traffic to go all the way back to Capitol. And then in the opposite direction, kind of the same thing, going back into the University Johnson campus area. And then we also looked at the BRT technical memo. This is an important route corridor for Metro for their current bus routes, but also for the future BRT. And they looked at several different options, existing kind of a lower level adjustments to the corridor, and a little bit more a medium level, a little bit more robust, and then the higher, which is dedicated running lanes. And as you can see, so the green numbers are how much time is reduced for either buses in this column and cars in that column. And, you can see with a little bit of work, we can get some reduction. With a little bit more, we can get reduction. But when we go to dedicated running way, we start to see a little bit less time savings in the buses, and the the general vehicle lanes delays go up by
anywhere 2 to 3 times the average delay along this corridor. So that their recommendation was to go with the medium, I think is what their finding was. And so we're sticking true with what the BRT technical memo came out with. And this is just a chart of some of the different treatments at the different intersections. So things like bypass lanes at some of the intersections, transit signal priority. Those would be kind of consistent with a medium level BRT scenario. So then we looked at the intersection at Ridge and University, and so we got some requests to make that a normal, regular, full great access intersection. And the problem we kept running into there was not so much that the queues wouldn't build up, it's the fact that we couldn't get two-way coordination at that intersection. And especially in the eastbound direction, you've got both a vertical and horizontal grade. You got a horizontal curve in the road and a vertical curve in the road. So, you're kind of coming up around the bend and over the hill, and in the afternoon especially, you would be cutting off that platoon somewhere around halfway, 1/3 of the way into that platoon. And so every cycle, you could potentially have that platoon faced with a kind of a dilemma zone. If you're running up to a signal and it turns yellow and you're a little bit close, so you don't know, should I go, should I stop? And then you think you're going to go, and the car in front of you slams on their brakes because they don't want to go. We're just trying to avoid a higher possibility for rear end crashes. So that's what this is showing. This is the PM peak. If you start from the bottom and work your way up, that's heading outbound. So you're sitting at a red light at Farley, you get the green, and you would get the green at Ridge, and then get the green again at Hill. And then in the inbound direction, you would be at Hill, get the green, and then depending on where you are in that platoon, you'd be faced with that yellow, with the signal changing from green to yellow. So that's really the reason we are recommending, and we're going with, or we're recommending our current configuration, which allows us to keep two-way coordination for traffic. So yeah, this just shows kind of what the current configuration is, where we can keep a little bit better two-way progression. You can see kind of both the lines, the outbound and inbound are pretty straight. You don't get a lot of the queuing at the signal, which is kind of what this buildup is here. So taking a look at the intersection, couple things that we're doing to improve pedestrian and bike safety at both of these intersections is changing the left turn off University from a flashing yellow arrow, a permitted left turn, to a protected only left turn. At Farley, it's due to the dual left turn and the kind of the placement of that westbound left turn lane. And at Ridge, we are looking at making it a protected only left turn, because if we're going to widen the sidewalk and provide people with a facility on the south side of the road, or slightly better facility than a 5-foot wide sidewalk, we just saw it necessary to try and reduce the potential conflicts. And we ran it through the models, and we didn't see any issues with capacity or excessive queuing into through lanes or anything like that. So that is one change that we're going to go with here. One of the reasons too that we're removing this crosswalk is Metro has a desire in the future to shift their route from Franklin to Ridge, and we would just like to eliminate that potential conflict if we're going to start seeing a little bit more buses making that left turn. So that's another change at this intersection.
Jerry, can you hold on for 1 second? Ken, you have your hand up. Did you have a question on what's on the screen?
Yes, if Jerry could just remind us, the proponent of the Ridge full intersection, what would be the benefit that people would be arguing for? I forgot.
Yeah, so I think one benefit that we heard, well, there's two. One is for kind of relates to pedestrian movements, and the other to vehicle movements. So obviously with this configuration that you're looking at now, you can't make a left turn out. So you can imagine someone down to the south wanting to head westbound, maybe would like to use this signal, but now they have to make a right turn and do a U-turn at the U-turn cut in the median. And kind of the opposite from the north, someone wanting to head eastbound would have to go to the University Bay signal and make a left turn at that signal. So it's just restrictive for vehicle movements. So that was one issue that was raised. The other one has to do with pedestrian crossings. So this is a two-stage crossing, meaning it is timed so the crossing of the eastbound and the crossing of the westbound University are two independent phases. And kind of depending on the time of day and where what the traffic flow is, your wait in the median can vary from, depending on what direction you're heading in the time of day. It might be a short wait to, it might be kind of a longer wait than you'd want to be standing in the median here. So one of the big reasons pushing people to wanting this into an open intersection is it would be just crossing the entire street at once.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Jerry. I want, with these slides, sometimes it's helpful to get those questions in when they're up there.
Yeah, no problem. And kind of since that was brought up too, one of the benefits of this type of design is it reduces the number of conflicts. So if you can imagine a crosswalk here, you have a right turn conflict. And over here, you don't have that same right turn conflict. So, it does kind of reduce the number of pedestrian and vehicle conflicts. And again, you wouldn't have the left turn conflict. So a driver trying to make a left turn with pedestrians in this crosswalk, you also eliminate that conflict. And that's one thing too that we've heard at the Farley University intersection was, do something to help the comfort level of pedestrians, because drivers are either making a right turn or making a left turn, and pedestrians are people crossing are saying they're cutting too close to me, and it's kind of intimidating. So one of the downsides of opening this up to a full intersection would be you'd kind of reintroduce that situation. So I think I covered it. Unless there's any other questions here, I guess I think I'll move on.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so that was kind of a recap of the last slide. So I do want to kind of clarify a few things that Glenn was discussing down at Farley. Let's get down there. So this island here, that would be a place that you could stop and take refuge as you're crossing, but that crossing is not going to be timed as a two-stage. So that will be timed so you can get all the way across the University Avenue. So that's kind of the difference is when we say two-stage crossing, it means two-stage, like you cross to the island and then you have to wait for another, a completely different phase to get to the other side. This would be a one, it would be timed to get you all the way across, the same as with this leg. And then I just wanted to highlight a couple other pedestrian improvements at this intersection. One is the fact that this crosswalk is pulled a little bit further to the east. So along with the leading pedestrian interval it's in place now and it would remain with this project. If you get a 3-second or 4-second head start crossing this crosswalk, and then maybe you get halfway into this first lane, and then the driver making a right turn gets a green and they start moving, they're way over here and you're already halfway through the second lane. So between the leading pedestrian interval and this kind of pulled back crosswalk, that should provide a lot more separation for drivers and vehicles and hopefully be a little bit more comfortable for pedestrians crossing. And kind of the same logic is this right turn off University onto southbound Farley. Right now it's kind of a tight intersection, but this geometry would kind of pull those crosswalks apart a little bit and provide a little bit more distancing between the driver and the pedestrian. So I think I covered everything. I will just see if there's any questions.
Okay, what we would normally do at this point is hear from the general public, but I do know that we have some alders who are in attendance who are interested in speaking, and I know Alder Badar, you were, so should I go ahead and unmute you? Alder Badar?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. I can actually wait until the members of the public who have registered speak and then speak. So that's fine, if that's okay.
Okay, sure, that's fine. I have to find you to put you back on mute here. There we go. Okay, you're muted again then. Patrick, do you want to, I believe you have the president of the Village of Shorewood Hills as a first member of the public to speak?
Yes.
So Joe, if you could unmute.
David Corrado.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, I submitted written comments, which I think you all have access to. So
correct, we do, thank you.
I will just summarize and be happy to answer any questions. As a viewer, I was not able to see the references that Glenn Yeager was referring to when he was talking about the structured overpass. So I'm not sure if others had that same problem.
Yeah, I think there might have been a technical glitch there.
Okay. So I would just offer up that this particular stretch of University Avenue is one of the busiest roadways in Wisconsin, from what we understand, averaging 54,000 cars a day. And that this particular stretch of University Bay Drive from University Avenue to the north is the busiest connecting road to the north of University Avenue, on the stretch of University Avenue between UW-Madison campus and Allen Boulevard in Middleton. So it's just a lot of traffic. As mentioned, the village is responsible for 50% of the local cost for the road construction portion. This project will be a substantial financial undertaking for the village, probably the most expensive infrastructure project we have ever participated in. To give you an order of magnitude, our contribution will be approximately 1 year of our total village operating budget. We support the proposed roadway geometry as presented. We support the sidewalks on the north side of University Avenue and on the east side of University Bay Drive to the north of University Avenue. These sidewalks will greatly improve pedestrian access and safety. We support the dual left turn lanes from University Avenue onto northbound University Bay Drive. This will allow that very busy intersection to clear more quickly. We support the safe bus pullout area on the east side of University Bay Drive, just north of University Avenue. We support making this stretch of University Avenue as BRT ready as we can. And lastly, we support the structured overpass over University Bay Drive for the multi-use east-west path parallel to and just north of the railroad tracks. This overpass would be a culmination of over 20 years of diligent work and planning to connect the Black Hawk and the University Avenue Madison campus multi-use paths, and it would avoid a very dangerous at-grade crossing. Right now, it is an at-grade crossing, and it's 3 lanes wide, 2 lanes southbound and 1 lane northbound. When this project is completed, it would be 4 lanes, 2 lanes south, 2 lanes north, with a very small area for refuge in the middle. So we just do not believe an at-grade crossing is an option here. I give you the brief history of how we got to where we are in my comments, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Raise your hand if there are. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Thank you very much. Patrick, do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak?
No, we do not.
Any other registrations?
Yes. There is Alexander Harding, who opposes, does not wish to speak, Blount Street. Thomas Nordberg supports, does not wish to speak on Van Hise. And Peter Gray supports, does not wish to speak on Marathon Drive.
And we did get an email from Peter Gray as well.
Yes.
Okay, Alder Badar, I'm going to unmute you again.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for spending your evening with all the issues that we have before you for transportation. So this has been a long time coming project that in its core is within District 5, aldermanic districts on the south side. And as Dave mentioned, the Village of Shorewood Hills. I'm very supportive of the proposal that's before you. It has been talked about and vetted to a number of PIMs, as you heard, and also a number of conversations and involvement from residents in the area and users, because in addition to certainly the residents of the area, as you heard, there are many, many users who are very interested in how we can improve all modes of transportation in this corridor. I'm particularly happy about the fact that we are going to have this be ready for BRT, and I am extremely, extremely supportive of the improvements for the intersections of Farley and for the intersection of Ridge too. I know there was a question, I think Ken posed a question about the Ridge intersection, and we did go back and forth in the conversations with residents about how to improve that intersection. And I think where we've landed as far as still having it as a 2-phase crossing is what I generally feel will provide the most safety for pedestrians. Living close to the Farley intersection where the movements happen in all directions, I can tell you that what Jerry was describing as far as increasing the number of movements, creating higher number of potential conflicts with pedestrian is truly correct. So again, I think that we've reached some really good solutions, not perfect, because unfortunately this corridor is so extremely busy that we have limited ability to do some improvements. The sidewalks are certainly also a huge addition, as well as hopefully the overpass will create definitely that connection. So I hope you will support it. Certainly, I've heard a lot of positive feedback from constituents, and you also got, certainly emails from a number of the constituents in the area around this corridor. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Does anybody have any question for Alder Badar? Raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Are there any of the other alders who aren't members of the commission who wish to speak? If you would raise your hand, if you do. Alder Furman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to very quickly just jump in and say that I too support this configuration. I was able to only attend one of the two PIM meetings, but greatly appreciated all the work that staff put into both those PIM meetings as well as figuring out this configuration. It's certainly a complicated area, and I think what they came up with is a really good use of what's available. So I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think as we go for questions, I'm going to get Chris Pedakowski, Glenn, and Jerry all unmuted, and then ask the commission if they'd like to raise their hands if they have questions or comments. Okay, Chris Cahill, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate all the work that has gone into this. I think it was challenging and we made some great headway here. I have a couple questions. I'll just start with two that I'm going to lump together on based on the southbound movements from University Bay Drive. My first question is for the right turns. Is there a no right on red there? I know you mentioned the northbound movement from Farley, but is there going to be right on red allowed at the southbound University Bay Drive?
Alder Badar, did you want to say something? If you do, no? Okay. Who's going to field that question?
I can take it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so currently there is no restriction for right turn on red. We don't have any, at the moment, we don't have any plans to add that, but I think we can take a look at it. It is a pretty heavy movement. We would definitely want to model that. It's a lot different than the northbound direction as far as volume, but we can take a look at that.
Thanks. I think there was some issues raised earlier on about folks not looking at for pedestrians making that right turn. And then the other one is just how would a cyclist go straight from University Bay Drive to Farley?
So heading southbound straight through?
Yep.
Pretty much the same as they are today in the at the intersection on the bike lane, and then through the intersection into the lane.
With traffic, like merging into the lane through the intersection?
At the moment, yes. Yeah, we can. I think we could take.
It's worth a look.
Yeah, take the south side.
That's all for now. I'll let someone else take a question.
Okay. Ken, you're next.
I wanted to ask Chris, were you referring to southbound no right turn to westbound University, or were you referring to westbound University no right turn to northbound University Bay?
No, I'm trying to unmute Chris, but I...
Yeah, I got it. A right turn from University Bay Drive onto University Ave, heading west.
So then my question to Jerry is, given that you could have a lot of volume until you get the bridge up, you're going to have a lot of volume going through there. Have you considered a no right turn, a brief sign, at least to get the pedestrians halfway across? Because my observation now is that westbound campus / university tries to nudge in there, and then that really slows down pedestrians who are coming across.
I guess I'm not following you. Sorry, can you say that again?
So I'm saying right now, what I come through that intersection a lot, and you see a lot of people almost not even stopping. They're westbound on University, and they want to make a right turn to go up onto University Bay. And what that then does is stop all the pedestrians who are trying to cross at that intersection.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
So that,
and I'm saying that if you had at least a temporary no right turn sign up there, it would at least get the pedestrians out. Because once the cars start making that right turn, everybody just follows through.
yeah, can I ask a follow-up question to that? Has it been your experience that that's happening at the beginning of a green, or is that happening kind of in the middle of your walk? So, you know, you're coming up to the intersection and it's been walked for a while.
What tends to happen is they get the red light, and then they immediately see that as a yield or sort of a temporary flashing red, and they immediately want to start making their turn. It just intimidates the passenger or the pedestrians a little bit.
Right. I think
it's
that's
not a big deal. Just think about it.
Yeah, I think that's something we can look at. I'm thinking potentially one issue with that is that right westbound right turn. That lane is also going to be the bus kind of queue jump lane, and it gets that bus in line to go into the bus pullout. So one of the benefits of that would be that right turning vehicles could make permitted right turns and, you know, kind of let that bus kind of filter up through traffic. Okay. But we can take a look at that.
Maybe if you just go out and watch it, not now, there's almost no traffic now, but later on when things come up.
Okay. All right, I have Harold next and then Alder Badar. So Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, and if it's possible, could we maybe pull up the map, because I think that makes it easier for everybody to follow what I'm asking about, and specifically about the Farley intersection.
Okay, can you put the Farley intersection up, somebody, please?
I can get it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect, thank you. So one follow-up to what Chris has been talking about with bikes crossing the intersection. So I see you have a bike box on Farley, and I'm wondering what the purpose of that one is. And then maybe conversely, maybe the better place to put the bike box would be on the other side of the intersection, because as Chris pointed out, having southbound traffic coming from University Bay Drive and continuing straight onto Farley, the intersection is offset, and that causes problems where you then have to maneuver. Like on a bike, you have to move left into the cars that are behind you. So putting the bike box on the other side might actually make more sense, because on the other side of the bike box, I mean, nobody's going to make a left turn from Farley on their bike onto University Avenue, I would assume. So that kind of defeats the purpose of the bike box, I think.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion for that southbound side. The purpose of the bike box on the northbound side is anyone heading eastbound on University wanting to cross University would be able to come off that crosswalk ramp there, pull into the bike box, and with the right turn restriction, they are kind of in the front of the queue, and they can line themselves up with the bike lane in the northbound direction.
That makes sense. Thank you. Question about the eastbound relocated bus stop. So at the bottom of the map here, what can you do in terms of the facility? So this is going to be a BRT stop. It's probably going to be one quite busy BRT stop, but I think there's somewhat limited space there. So I'm wondering, is there actually space for shelter? Is there space if you want to have level boarding to do that with the current layout.
I could jump in a little bit on that one. This is Chris Pedikowski. Oh, can you hear me?
You're on.
Yep.
Yep. You're good. I unmuted Jerry, Glenn, and Chris in case you needed to answer questions.
So right now that is a pretty tight area, as you mentioned. And we had been talking with Metro staff to, maybe with the BRT project to look at potentially purchasing some property if we can a little bit to the east of that building. Right now, I think it would at best fit in more of a regular metro station. Excuse me, but we are hopeful that we can potentially get some land behind the sidewalk a little further east to help with however the station design ends up being. And as far as the level boarding pad, that is going to be a challenge here and a tight fit, but we'll have to kind of evaluate a little more as we get more into the BRT design.
Okay, thank you. One question that was brought up by one of the public comments about the south side widened sidewalk, that one issue that limits the space there are the utility poles. Is there any plan? And I think the utility poles only exist on a relatively short section. I'm not sure where the utilities are for the rest of it. Is there any plan to have those undergrounded or moved out of the way? Because I think that would effectively gain you a foot's worth of sidewalk or terrace space.
Yeah, so as part of the project, just like any project, we will issue the plans, and beforehand we work with the utilities to determine if there's any relocations necessary. And in this case, what these poles that you reference on the south side, they'd have to most likely be moved to the new terrace. That's pretty standard with a reconstruct project. When the poles are in the way of our facilities, we're able to order the utilities to move. They are only on that first block, and that commenter asked us to look into undergrounding, I think, in the past, and that is physically possible. However, it doesn't necessarily meet our undergrounding policy at the moment, and also that cost gets borne on the city then if you require that undergrounding, and right now it's not currently in the budget. So those are the two hurdles with that. But right now the plan would be to move those poles to the new terrace.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. One question about lane widths and the potential for future BRT. I think you have made a strong case that right now having dedicated bus lanes may not be an option. And I know at the last meeting, there was some discussion if by virtue of widening the sidewalk, you cut into the lane widths to an extent that forever in the future, there would not be enough space to have a bus lane, because then you would not have enough space left for the truck lane that you need to have. Has that changed since the last meeting at all?
No, the situation does still exist. We are still proposing the 11-foot lane in the bus lane area. We would be hopeful that if indeed the route ever became a full-time bus running way, that we would be able to remark the lanes in such and to hopeful to try to steal an inch here and there to try to meet that requirement. But as of right now, we are still showing the 10.5-foot lane in the hopes that we can keep that 11-foot lane where it is.
Okay. And then a final question about the overpass. So is the overpass going to be part of this project, or is that a potential future thing?
It is proposed as part of the project right now. The one issue with these federal funds is that you have to use them or lose them. And since we don't control the ability to obtain that right of way that's needed to install the bridge, there's a potential that if that's taking a little bit longer, we would have to maybe phase this project and build the street and keep working on the bridge design until we can come to a solution with the property owners. So it is certainly our intention, and we still have time to make this work, and we're hopeful that we can do that. I think there's been some decent discussions with VA and UW and WISDOT. So, but there, I should add, there is we wouldn't want to lose the project and lose the $12 million on the one thing. So there is a slight chance that the two projects would be split, and we would keep pursuing that in the future if we couldn't get it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Alder Badar.
Thank you. I wanted to maybe address, I think, Chris's question earlier, which was, if I understood it correctly, and Chris, if you can tell me if it's not correct, it was about the no right turn coming southbound on University Bay Drive to turn onto westbound University Avenue. Was that correct, Chris?
That's right.
Okay, so one of so indeed is another one of those places where there is, certainly as somebody that lives very close by and uses that intersection as a pedestrian, there is definitely conflict there. The issue is that the traffic at the peak hours backs up pretty much all the way to where the Wiseman Center is. If you can think about kind of where this intersection is to the Wiseman Center visually, for that right turn. With current state, I mean, it just backs up. So again, only, the peak hours are really for that intersection is in the evening, where everybody's leaving their shift around 3:30 to like 5:30 in the different shifts of UW Hospital, but it does back up. So I think that's kind of the balance again of trying to figure out how to continue creating pedestrian safety, but also not backing up the traffic in ways that creates really huge backup. The one thing that had been proposed, and I'm just going to bring that back to the staff, was that potentially doing something like more raised in that intersection right there, that small piece that goes into the triangular island. And we had also talked about trying to make that what is literally a tiny little island right now bigger. But there is, I think staff has said that there is limited ability to increase the size of that island, but anything that we can do in increasing the size of that island and also maybe raising that pedestrian crossing would be.
Yeah, I think staff said they were doing both of those things. Yeah.
All you had, Alder Badar?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Ken, you're next.
Chris, with the like a cement truck is like 9.5 feet wide, and right now they use all 3 lanes of this traffic. What are your thoughts as far as, are they really going to shift to the 11-foot lane, or are they going to just try to squeeze in on those middle and left lanes?
Chris, did you mute yourself? There you go.
Thank you. So we have a number of streets like this that we've been reconstructing over the past few years. East Washington has some 10.5-foot lanes. East Johnson recently got reconstructed with 10-foot lanes. So we're pretty comfortable they don't actually need to use that 11-foot lane. They're going to continue driving the way driving the way they are.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Grant?
And you're really quiet. If you could just speak up a little bit.
Oh, okay. Is that
Thanks.
better? Thank
Yeah, I
you,
was
Joe.
going to let you know that as well, Ann. Thank you. Yeah, I think maybe for Chris, my questions were around the overpass. Wondering if you could just kind of lay out a little bit. So I think the first version that we saw last time was the cloverleaf concept, and then we saw a version tonight that kind of had a, I guess, essentially kind of a switchback sort of east of the, the route. And then there's this concept, which was, I think, different than the second one I mentioned. So can you just kind of walk through sort of the different iterations and which options are off the table, which are on the table, and just sort of current state with that? And then also, could you just speak to the thinking and the options around how pedestrians and people on bikes would kind of transition from the path to University Bay with whatever concept is being put forward?
Sure. So the option here you're seeing right now, the bridge is actually the orange line work. So this is, or some configuration of this is, I think, something where we have a potential chance to get this approved by all parties. So how this works is you would be traveling on the path, east or west. You would be going up and over the University Bay Drive, and to get back to University Bay Drive, to go north and south, you'd have to Jerry, I don't know if you can point to where that switchback ends there.
Yeah, it looks like right here.
Yeah, so then you can follow back on the blue path at grade to get to University Bay Drive. And then at University Bay Drive, north-south, we're showing a 10-foot wide path along that stretch to go north and south. Similarly, on the west side, what you'd have to do is use the alleyway to get up to Marshall Court, and bike on Marshall Court, much like people used to do before the Shorewood Path was built. So those are the two options: kind of go north and south and get off the bridge, or just continue along east-west on the bridge. We've looked at a cloverleaf option to try to minimize those switchback lengths. As Glenn mentioned before, the VA was pretty much against that. They want to preserve the land as best they can. We've also looked at another switchback version that was a little shorter. I think that's the next slide. Yeah, and this one again, they were asking us to move it south and further off of the VA property. So that one probably is not looking so good at the moment. I think our best option is that first one here, where it's pretty much a straight shot across.
Thanks. And then on that, I guess that first option, then you mentioned using the kind of the alleyway to get up to Marshall Court, and then around. Is there any potential to have a connection that's maybe more direct to University Bay without needing to go up to Marshall Court and around on the west side of that street there? Yeah,
I think we could go back to the village, and obviously this is village land, and what they'd have to do is we'd have to talk with the property owner there and see if there's a way to get any kind of easement rights to go on their driveway there, and on the across, I guess, the driveway just north of the bridge, and then tuck ourselves underneath the bridge as soon as we can. But that's something we can go back and discuss. But we were, I guess, focused more on the Marshall Court connection. But if folks are interested in that, we could explore that some more.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile. I mean, certainly to start the conversation. I mean, obviously we're nowhere close to the ideal design of this, but I think the benefits of having the overpass for the the really heavy east-west traffic is very high. So I'm supportive of kind of doing whatever we can. But if there were a way to have a little bit more direct at-grade access to U-Bay, particularly for folks that are going to go south to Farley or coming north from Farley to get on the westbound path, I think that would be really worthwhile rather than having to go up and around Marshall Court. So I would definitely support continuing to look at that.
Will do.
Is that all you had, Grant?
That's all I had. Yeah.
Okay, Ken.
I would of the roadway geometry as presented by the staff tonight.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a Bill? I'm trying to get Bill unmuted and it's not working. There you go. Bill, you're unmuted.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to approve the geometry as recommended. There were a lot of suggestions that were made and staff will certainly take those into account. Are there any objections to unanimous consent to that motion? If so, please raise your hand. So Chris, I'm going to unmute you. So Chris, you are opposed to that? Chris?
No, I'm actually not going to oppose the unanimous vote. I plan on supporting the motion, but I did just want to voice one concern that I thought the only way that this place of this plan I feel like does create a potentially worse condition is at the intersection of it's the Ridge Street intersection. And I raised this concern before, so we've already discussed it a bit, but by moving the bus stops to the opposite side of the intersection and having that diagonal crossing, it basically, anybody who wants to get to a bus stop from the opposite side of the street has to cross multiple crossings, either first by sometimes crossing either Ridge Street or Marshall Court, then going through the two-step crossing of University Ave. And we heard some of the reasons that this diagonal crossing makes sense, but I just wanted to raise that concern.
Okay, Grant?
That, and again, we already sort of discussed it, and I think staff heard it. I would encourage them to continue to look at that. I don't think it will change the geometry of the project, but in terms of final markings and the decision for Metro, I agree. I think it really does create a pretty tremendous walking experience to get there and back for transit users. So I agree with his comment.
Okay, Harold?
Yeah, so just one final concern from me too with regard to the question of the overpass. I mean, if this turns out that the overpass does not get built as part of this project or delayed, I think then the crossing of the Campus Drive path to the Blackhawk path, I mean, right now there is an island, I think, which makes the crossing somewhat feasible. So thinking about in the intermediate period, how people can still make that crossing and have the east-west connection, walking and biking, I think is something that maybe there is already a plan. And if there's not, then that should be part of the project if it looks like the end of the overpass is not going to happen or only happen in 5 years from now.
Chris, did you have any comments on that? Chris Pedikowski?
No, that's a great comment. We'll definitely keep that in mind as the project progresses. And if we do have a temporary situation, we'll address that with the final plans.
Okay, thank you. Is my voice better, everybody?
Yep.
Okay, good. I must have been leaning back too much. Sorry about that. Okay, so I will ask again. We have a motion and a second. Raise your hand if you have any objection to a unanimous vote. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so the motion passes. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we are going to move back to item 3 on the agenda. I just want to point out that it is 7:57 and we have 6 more agenda items to go. So as efficient as people can be as we move forward would be much appreciated. So is Tom Lynch going to, I had to find Tom on here. Tom, are you going to handle just a brief introduction to the item number 3, which is temporarily suspending the enforcement of MGO section 3356? I tried to unmute you there, Tom, but didn't work. Joe, can you help me out? I'm clicking on him. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes, I had stepped away and I heard my name. I said I better get quickly back to the screen.
Okay.
So this particular agenda item has to do with many of the powers that have been, I guess, empowered to the Transportation Commission. That has to do with, for instance, establishing parking rates, establishing transit fares, establishing transit routes, and actually also transit operating procedures. And in my previous presentation, I kind of explained and summarized how quickly we had to move to address the safety concerns and considerations of both our drivers as well as the traveling public, as well as supporting our businesses and on the square. And so basically, this resolution kind of affirms either affirms or maybe, I don't know if that's the correct word, but I think I'm just going to use the word affirms the decisions that were made and allows us to perhaps act nimbly with due consideration that everything that we do, we have to justify and bring back to the Transportation Commission to see if they agree and affirm the actions that are taken. John, is that perhaps a correct assessment of this?
I think I unmuted you, John. Try and talk.
Okay. Yeah. Close. I would say that this was one of the orders that the mayor made on March 26th, and when it was made and the resolution was introduced to be referred to the council for April 21st, I believe there was a referral attached for it to come to the Transportation Commission on the resolution itself. For recommendation to the council as to whether to approve that order. And as I explained in the memo that I wrote, and hopefully you all had a chance to read, this particular order coming from the mayor's order temporarily suspends the requirement in 33.565 that requires Department of Transportation to come to the Transportation Commission for approval of action on items listed in there. Before actually taking action on them. And Tom mentioned some of those before. And in the order also, in the resolution also requires that even though now under this order, the Department of Transportation could take action on those items, they are required to bring those items, whatever they are, whatever actions they are, whether they're actions that have already been taken or would be taken in the future, back to the Transportation Commission when it's able to meet for ratification approval. And so it sort of maintains as best as possible the status quo in terms of allowing the Transportation Commission to approve action on those items, even though in some circumstances it may be after the fact. I think without this particular waiver, you would be in a situation where under the mayor's emergency proclamation from the 23rd, the mayor could order individually actions that would normally require to go to the Transportation Commission. But under that order, they would then go back to the council for approval and wouldn't necessarily go to the Transportation Commission unless they were individually referred. So this is an attempt to try and allow the Department of Transportation to be nimble on those items that they would need to be to address any issues related to the pandemic, but also require that those actions specifically come back to the Transportation Commission for ratification.
Okay, I'll keep you unmuted, John. Grant has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I have a number of questions, but the first one, I guess I just wanted to clarify because I think, Tom, you had sort of mentioned that this, the question in front of us is to sort of affirm some of these emergency actions that were taken, but I think that's actually item number 5 on our agenda tonight. And this item really is not that at all, but rather this is recommending approval or rescinding of an order that suspends the ordinance 33.56 and is not really related to any of the specific actions that were taken. Is that right, John?
That's correct. That's what I mean. This particular item is a function of the referral that was placed on that resolution. So it's here for a recommendation from the commission whether to council should approve that resolution suspending the requirements of 3356 on the 21st.
And it's my understanding that just as Metro has a resolution later on the agenda asking us to approve some of the actions they've already taken, that other actions that staff would take would come back to the Transportation Commission. So we would have a list and be asked to affirm, ratify, whatever you want to call it, all those actions. Go ahead, Grant.
Correct.
Great. So I guess probably for John, this question as well. So we saw earlier in the presentation in terms of the response items, sort of the calendar of when things happen. So my understanding, so the emergency proclamation happened by the mayor on the 23rd of March. And this order that would suspend our ordinance that lays out the Transportation Commission duties was issued on March 26th. And I think all or almost all but one of the actual associated items happened certainly prior to the order that would suspend this ordinance. So can you kind of help explain how that happened? If suspension of this ordinance is required in order to do the actions that were taken, I think primarily by Metro, how is that possible prior to issuing of this order? And if it was possible, what is the need for this order that suspends the authority of the Transportation Commission?
Well, and I think any other situation, they wouldn't have done those things prior to any sort of an order from the mayor. But as part of that timeline, there were proclamations and orders created, declarations of emergency, recommendations from variety of state and national entities regarding social distancing and the sort of quick nature within which all of those requirements were being set down. In the meantime, once the emergency declaration was made, the FTA started to suspend certain requirements related to the FTA requirements, such as charter services and those kinds of things. So all of that happened very quickly, and ideally, before any of that would have happened, they would have come to the Transportation Commission for approval of all of those items. But one of the consequences of having administrative items like that required to go to the commission is that they can't necessarily be made on the spot. They have to wait for the commission to come. And so when I think that all levels of government were moving as quickly as they could to sort of square what they needed to do to protect the public health with what was required by the ordinances. And I think it's obviously pretty clear that under 3356, those kinds of actions have to come to the Transportation Commission. And so that's why I think this waiver is necessary for purposes of allowing DOT to make those decisions in a quick manner if they need to, and maintain the requirement that those actions come back to the Transportation Commission and for approval, and not just go directly to the council if the mayor were to make them pursuant to the emergency proclamation that was issued on the 23rd. Does that answer your question?
Excuse me, Natalie, I unmuted you. Did you have any comments that you needed to add?
I think John stated it very well. We checked the FTA's requirements. Tom's timeline showed a variety of things that were happening, but we had a state of emergency on a Thursday, I believe. A state of emergency on the 12th, which was a Thursday. We began to have orders from both the state and the locals about the number of people who could gather in any one place. We had the mayor make an announcement that city services were going to be closed to the public. An announcement on the 16th for a closure on the 18th. So between the 12th and the 16th, we were moving to protect our drivers and our passengers from having too many people on a bus. And so that was the first real instance where we took measures to reduce the occupancy. We didn't reduce service, which was really a major thing, until the 24th, I believe, which was after the governor's proclamation and the mayor's proclamation. And that was really in response to the fact that our drivers were saying we're uncomfortable being on the roads. And we were taking action to protect them in that situation. So in the perfect world, we would have checked all of our ordinances. We would have come to you first, but really between the 12th of March and the 18th of March, we moved from a place where we were saying to the city that they should continue as usual, but be washing their hands, to a place where we were saying that we were going to close city services, but we were going to keep Metro on the roads. And so we took those actions, and this resolution and the one that's coming back to you now are a way for us to make sure that you see these items now that were taken at that point in time.
So thank you. And I guess I want to really be clear about this. So I'm not questioning the need for the actions that were taken. And when that item is in front of us shortly, be very supportive of all those actions. And in fact, I mean, I both Natalie and Tom, I mean, I advocated for some of those actions. Really appreciate you both considering those and taking, I think relatively fast action on a lot of these things. So that my questions are not in any way questioning the authority or the good decision making around doing it, but I'm trying to actually deal with the item that's in front of us right now, which is an order that says it doesn't. It does have a sentence on it that says if the Transportation Commission does meet, then decisions that staff take with the suspension of 33 do need to come in front of us. But the actual primary point of the order is to suspend the normal operations of Transportation Commission making the decisions. And the question, what I'm trying to really understand is why is it needed? Not why were the actions that were taken needed, and I'm not questioning those actions. And my belief is they happened prior to this order that suspended the ordinance. And if so they happened, and I believe there's legal authority for that to happen. And even if there weren't, I don't think anybody here is really questioning that at this moment, why those decisions were made. I mean, they seem very much related to the public health crisis that was happening. What's in front of us right now, and asked to weigh in on, is going forward, do we want to approve this order that would make the new normal until, and there's no termination on this, but the new normal would be staff would be empowered to make any decisions that are typically the authority of the Transportation Commission. I don't see any carve outs out for it. I don't see that it has to be related to the emergency at all. It includes things like the item we just reviewed of University Avenue and roadway geometry, which I don't understand how that is needed or related to this emergency response. And so my questions are related to what is the actual need of this order, and why would we recommend approving this order if we already had the ability and exercised the authority to make some of these really tough decisions prior to this order even being created? And so why would we do that now, particularly a month into this, when hopefully things continue to stay a little bit slower? We don't know what's going to happen. We may need to take fast action, and I'm very supportive of making sure that staff has the ability to take those fast actions. My question is, for this item, why would we recommend approval of this order that flips things on its head with no restrictions and no limitations as to the purpose of the actions and the decisions taken? So that's what I'm trying to understand.
May I?
Go ahead, Tom.
I'll try and do an answer. I'm going to say that I don't think any of us would like this to be an indefinite thing. I think we would like to be back in sync by early June. I just feel like we could. However, as we talk, we do anticipate there will be some changes that we might need to make relatively quick action on. I will say that the flood of changes, is in our rear view mirror, but there are some particular changes that would do. I'll just give examples for paratransit fares, whether or not we can bill agencies or not bill agencies. We would like to begin billing agencies, but we haven't for the last 3 weeks. The addition of service, could we change the Route 7 back to the Route 3 in the next 2 weeks or maybe in the next 3 weeks? Route 22 is currently receiving overcrowding, and could we expand that service? So there are, I'm going to say, tweaks to the metro service that we would like to have the ability to do. I would say perhaps probably similarly with parking policy, although that does not seem to be as short a fuse. So that really kind of covers the A and the B. I think your reference to C, which is 3356 paren 5C, I think you're absolutely right that it's not our intent necessarily at all to circumvent the process in anything, but in C, there is no necessarily urgency, which is pedestrian, bicycle, and motor vehicle issues such as a university drive. And so I don't feel like we need the flexibility or the nimbleness on that over the next, I'm just going to call it 6 weeks. However, I do feel like having the flexibility and nimbleness on A and B, which specifically transit, routing, and fare policy. For instance, the paratransit, route additions, and the like. I think if I remember correctly, Alder Bedard put a sunset on the emergency order to June 4th. And for some reason, that just feels like a nice time when we won't be back to normal, but we can say we're close enough and we could just start moving in a normal manner. So those are my thoughts. Natalie, would you add to that? Or
yeah, I guess one thing to consider when this was written and introduced, we were still in the heat, and we were anticipating that it was possible that we could become Seattle, New York, LA, not become them, but where there was rampant outbreaks and severe operator illness. And we very fortunately have not seen that kind of illness run through our employees or our passengers. So when this was written, we didn't know that. I'd say just this week is the first time that we've really began to say, okay, this is somewhat stabilized. And if we can continue on this route in terms of the amount of illness we're seeing, we're probably looking towards starting to plan for recovery. But when this was written, we were still very much in the not knowing whether we would be able to operate the services we currently are operating, whether we would have enough drivers to do that, or whether we would have to reduce occupancy to 10 versus 15. And if, as they loosen restrictions or see fit to do that, we see another spike in illness, we may have to take some of those actions in terms of, is 15 people the right number of people to have on the bus? We are still daily looking at which routes need a little more service and which routes need a little different measures to keep people from riding endlessly on the bus because of the fare suspension. So I would say the service standards, which is one, the transit fares, there might be something around paratransit, but right now we're in a fare suspension. So that's probably, we could probably come back to you on that. The routes, additions, extensions, contractions. So that's 3. 4, changes to schedules and hours. 5, rules necessary to ensure safety for bus passengers. And 8, charter services. Those are all things that, to the extent we see an outbreak or we see some change from where we are today. And again, we're only about 3 or 4 days into a leveling off. Those are all things that if we see an increase in illness, we would want to be able to take action on within days, where we would be able to take action very rapidly.
I know, Grant, you may have some more things. I do see Alder Kemble in the queue with her hand up, but I just want to clarify. Tom Lynch, were you suggesting that you would like to leave 5A and 5B in there, but that you would be willing to exclude 5C? I unmuted you, Yang, in case you wanted to weigh in there, because I just want to make sure that there might not be some things relative to closing streets or traffic signals or traffic calming, something that we might need to take action on quickly in light of some of the things that are going on. So Tom and Yang, I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Is that what I heard you say, Tom?
Maybe I'm offering up Yang's paragraph too quickly, right?
Yang, what do you think?
Yeah, actually, I agree with Tom. I think 5A and B are more critical. I think 5C is helpful, but it's probably not as critical as A and B. For 5 things in 5C, many of those are long-term issues. But for things like coming up, for example, as item 2 we discussed today, if we need to restrict traffic, close streets, close lanes, repurpose streets, it would be nice that to have the order to support us, because we do that frequently for everybody, but for good reasons. For example, reasons that no one really can question, like flooding, for example. That's good reason to close streets. But I think for situations like this, we may get a question from other agencies and members of the public why it's totally necessary, for example, to take a lane from vehicles, give to pedestrians, bicycles. So we do get to those kind of concerns, but I think there may be ways to kind of work around that. We can come up with ways to do. We are allowed to do tests for certain period amount of time. So we can we're going to do some tests for 30 days, for example, and then if Transportation meets, we bring it back to Transportation Commission for ratification for the actions we already take. So I think there's some new ways to have it would be nice, but if we don't have it, I think we can mostly work around it.
Okay, and Grant had asked a question. You had said that there wasn't an end to it, John. There is an end to it in the language, is there not? Until the Director of Public Health, Madison and Dane County, and the Governor of Wisconsin determined to end the emergency actions. Isn't that intended to be the end date?
Correct. And it's actually, that makes the end date actually sooner than the end date on the emergency proclamation, which is 60 days after that. So it would mean that once the emergency proclamation is done, then it would have to be back to bringing those actions to the commission prior to them being made as opposed to after. One other, I guess, just to address Alder Foster's point, the other question that he had, when this was originally written, it was before we knew or it had been solidified which were the committees that were likely going to be able to meet sooner rather than later during this. And that's why the language of the order says if the Transportation Commission meets, certainly there could be a recommendation to change that last sentence. The other question he had was whether actions would be taken that weren't related to the pandemic. Again, this order was made pursuant to the Emergency Proclamation Authority, which has that as the basis for the orders that the mayor would make. And so I think that requirement is baked in there. But again, on a recommendation, we could add language just to reiterate that particular point. And then the final piece to the question in terms of why it would be necessary, certainly you could recommend to not approve this particular resolution. And under the emergency proclamation, the mayor could still order that the Department of Transportation could do these things. But as I said before, it wouldn't guarantee that they would come back to the Transportation Commission for ratification. Under the emergency proclamation, they go, those orders would go directly back to the council for approval. And if they were referred to the commission, it would be for recommendation. So again, the theory here was to try and preserve the status quo as most as possible. And this resolution, as the order as it's written, sends those actions back to the commission as if they were operating under the ordinance as it's written.
Okay, Grant, does that address your stuff for now so we can move on?
Yeah, you can come back to me.
Okay, so I'll lower your hand. Alder Kemble, I unmuted you.
Hi, it's nice to be back with you all after a year of not being with you. And I also want to thank and really applaud Natalie and Tom for their action on behalf of the Metro drivers. Alder Foster and I were advocating for some of those changes, and we really appreciate their action on that. So as I see this, and I think Attorney Strange just confirmed that under the declaration of the emergency, the mayor was given really unprecedented broad authority to act by resolution, by ordinance, by any administrative action the mayor wants to take. And so this does more than just, I mean, this actually suspends the ordinances specifically. And I'm wondering if instead of suspending the ordinances, if we just acknowledge that the mayor can direct her staff to do these things and more, but if we change the language to say, if the mayor directs her staff, if there are orders that impinge on the Transit Commission's sort of authority in these areas in 33.56 sub 5 sub 8 to C, then those orders and issues would have to come back to the commission. I mean, is that a resolution is that a change that could be made that would really uphold the intent of that while allowing, for the powers that the mayor already has? I guess that's a question for Attorney Strange.
Go for it, John.
I feel like it's the exact same thing, and maybe it's a matter of how it's written. If that's, I mean, by suspending the ordinance that requires those items to come back to the commission first, you're saying that the Department of Transportation can take action on those items, provided they come back to the commission for approval. I guess the difference might be what you're saying, Alder Kimball, is that before that could happen, it would take the mayor actually approving the DOT to take those actions, or because what you said was if, you know, we recognize the mayor could do this pursuant to emergency proclamation. If she does that pursuant to any of these items, then they have to come back to the commission.
Well, I guess the mayor and by extension, her managers.
Right.
Like if the mayor would give blanket authority to Tom and Natalie and Yang to do what they need to do. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be an order, but in essence, de facto, they already have that power, right? Under the proclamation.
Well, the mayor, I mean, under the proclamation, what the proclamation says, and that's why when you see all those other resolutions come before you on the 21st, they're related to more specific things. Like we're going to suspend this ordinance so that we don't have to collect this fee, or we can waive this fee or whatever. Because that's a very specific thing that they knew they wanted to do, and there was an ordinance addressing it. Because this ordinance has all of these items and the Department of Transportation doesn't necessarily know what it may or may not have to do, there's the need, you know, the potential is basically that's kind of what this is trying to say to them, which is here's all these items you have to take to the Transportation Commission. DOT now has authority to make those decisions without first going to the Transportation Commission, provided they come back to it. So I think it kind of says the same thing that you're saying, and I'm certainly open to trying to work on language if that gives people comfort that it's somehow different. But theoretically, I mean, let's take the example of the change bus route. If this particular order was not in effect, and Tom thought it was, or Natalie thought it was necessary to change a bus route, they could go to the mayor and say, I think it's necessary to change this bus route. She could say, do that pursuant to the emergency proclamation. So then a resolution specific to that decision would be entered. It would come to the council at its next meeting. It would be introduced, come to the council for approval of that specific action. And that's the way it would work without this particular order. What this is doing is, I think what you were saying, which is giving the DOT the ability to take action on those items and making sure as soon as possible they get back to the commission and not necessarily the council, because that's the way the ordinance contemplates it happening.
Yeah. Can I ask Alder Kimball, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
One of the things that John said earlier that was a suggestion as a way to modify the resolution would be to make it more clear, and it might address some of what Alder Foster had talked about earlier, was, you know, whether we leave 5C in there or not, that it would be not just any actions that they could take. It would just be suspending ordinance relative to actions taken as a result of or related to the pandemic, so that it would be much more specific, sort of, you know, addressing what you're talking about, that this is not just, and what Alder Foster was talking about, this is just not anything. It's very specifically actions taken to address issues or things that have happened as a result of the pandemic. And then also change the language that instead of just saying if TC happens to meet during the pandemic, then they'd have to approve these things, to say something that similar to, provided that when the Transportation Commission next meets, the Director of Transportation shall present each action taken pursuant to the authority. So instead of just being limited to this one time, it would be whatever they did relative to the pandemic, they would have to bring it back to us. Would that address your particular concerns all the time?
Some of them, and I also think it would be an improvement if the actions, if the TC or at least the TC chair, if not the TC, were notified of the actions as they were either being contemplated or the decisions was about to be made, just to keep that communication loop. So that, you know, you wouldn't have to wait until, you know, I don't know what, but at least to codify that the TC chair, if not the whole TC, would be informed of the decisions.
Well, I'd be fine with that. I mean, Tom, Yang, Natalie, I don't think I have Sabrina unmuted. I'd have to find it here so I can unmute Sabrina. Would that work for you? So you would be able to take action. You wouldn't need my permission to do it. Once you've done it, you just let me know and I'd be able to add it to the list and let Patrick know that these actions have been taken. So the next time we meet, they would need to be on the agenda in order for us to look at them, to ratify them. So Yang, Natalie, Sabrina, would that work?
Yeah, I don't see a large concern with that, really at all. I think we would just have to do some internal discipline to make sure that we notify you, because there are decisions that are being made, you know, daily. Like Natalie is working with the drivers on, you know, masks and the like, and so we just have to be disciplined to make sure that we take these decisions and communicate them to you on a regular basis, like on a weekly basis or something to that effect. Natalie?
Yeah, and I've been in good communication with you guys anyway, so I think I've been in the loop, but we could make it a little more formal.
Natalie, do you agree? Or
I think that's generally fine. I'm just wondering, do you really want to know if we're adding an extra bus to the Route 22 and we're putting on one bus earlier on the Route 6?
No, I mean,
I'm talking about things, the things that I was suggesting were things that would rise to the level of having to be approved by the Transportation Commission if this wasn't in force. So not the minutia, but just larger things that would normally come through the agenda making process, but that wouldn't be if this were passed.
Yang and Sabrina, do you agree?
For traffic engineering items, I think that should work.
Yeah, and for parking items, you know, I think the main issue for us might be if we're looking towards sort of that recovery period and maybe looking to start turning the enforcement of on-street meters back on, maybe making some adjustments to off-street to go to like a weekend parking rate with a flat fee to sort of ease back in and provide some relief to businesses and others. So, you know, those changes can occur relatively rapidly in terms of either decrease in demand, as we saw, where really overnight we went from full to empty, and, you know, just having that option to adjust to actually not looking to increase off-street rates, but, you know, maybe reducing some of those impacts by doing a flat rate fee and, you know, making things easier for businesses, more affordable for service workers and others that may be still needing to drive downtown as they come back.
Mm-hmm. But if there's just a notification requirement, that would work?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then I think just more tight language around the end date, because determined, you know, the public health mess in Dane County and the governor of Wisconsin determined to end emergency actions. That's not super clear. So I think putting an end date on it or syncing it with our city emergency.
Where did John go? John, are you okay with that? Did we lose John?
He had kids running around in the background a little while ago.
Joe, do you see John Strange on there?
I do not.
Oh, he must have popped off. He'll be back on, I'm sure. Well, what I have so far is we're still a question mark as to whether it would just be 5A and B or 5A, B, and C. That it would relate specifically to actions taken as a result of the pandemic. And we do have Ken Street, Alder Foster, and Alder Harrington in the queue to speak, but I just want to summarize what comments I have so far. So, so possibly just A and B and exclude 5C. The language would be more tight to say that these would be actions taken as a result of the pandemic or something like that. More tight language and end date, or regarding the end date. That we would change the language so it would be would come to the TC when it meets versus if it meets. And I have some language that could work for that John and I talked about earlier. And then the TC chair would be notified of changes basically as they're being made. If those decisions, just those decisions that would normally have been made by the TC, and see John back. So now I got to find you and unmute you again. Okay. All right, so those are the changes I had at this point. Alder Kemble, you still have the floor. Is that?
No, that's good.
Sorry about that. I missed a lot of that, but I think I have the notes from earlier.
Okay. Well, before we get to a motion, I'll summarize it again. But at this point, so I'm lowering your hand, Alder Kemble.
Okay.
Ken, you're next.
Well, let me just say that I prefer actually the original thing. I think the issue here is you have to put it into context. For about 10 days to 3 weeks, nobody knew what was going to happen the next day. Everything that we have heard from staff reports has been that they did prior to us meeting tonight that may or may not have been authorized are things that we have not only approved, but we have applauded them for. We have no reason to believe that our staff is not acting in good faith. I would guess that at the time this initial thing was made, there was not even certainty, although I think now having met the tech facilitator, there probably should have been certainty that we'd ever have a meeting. And so from now on, I would see that we're going to have hybrid agendas. We're going to have part of our agenda that is going to be doing things that aren't part of the emergency, but that we need to do in order to keep on track, because at some point we're going to need to do it. And the University Avenue thing would be an indication of that. Maybe discussing the bus routes to get that in is an indication of long-range, typical kind of things. My background as a lawyer is that when we try to tie this knot too tight and then double tie it and all that kind of stuff, and have it come back if it's infringed. Infringed is a fighting word in law. It means that at some point somebody has to prove that they infringed it, as opposed to a general good faith that they know when they need to act and they know when they can wait till the next meeting to act on things. But there's nothing in the 3 hours that we've met so far tonight that says to me they don't know where that line is. And so I don't think that we need to change this proposed ordinance in order to put in a whole bunch of lines and scrunchies. I think we're doing fine. And I don't know anybody on the Transportation Commission that has felt that any of the staff members don't know where the line is.
Did you have anything else, Ken?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to lower your hand. Grant, you're back up.
Of a couple other items that I would recommend considering. One would just be to clarify that these are for decisions that can't wait for the Transportation Commission. Again, it's probably obvious, but I think it's worth being clear about that staff should be working to bring decision points in front of us whenever possible. And I think one of the reasons that's really important is that it's not just in front of us, And it's not that we have this great ability for decision making, but by bringing it in front of the Transportation Commission, that's actually bringing it in front of the public. And I think it's something really important for us to remember, that using the Transportation Commission is the way that we make sure that the public knows what's going on and gives them an opportunity to weigh in. So I think that needs to continue to be the standard way we operate, and only for things that can't wait is where we should have an exception. The other point that I would consider adding in there is I like the idea of informing the TC. I think it would be better to say inform the TC, and I think that would be through the chair, Ann, but I mean, again, maybe it's obvious, but I think that information should get passed on to the Transportation Commission if there are any actions that do need to be taken.
That goes without saying, Grant. But if you prefer to say inform the TC through the TC chair, that would be fine. If in fact we all agree that we need to make all of these ginormous modifications, it's very hard. Ken, you're a lawyer, and John, you're a lawyer. I worked with a lot of legal documents. It's very hard to change legal documents in a committee setting. So we'll see where we go from here. Did you have other things right now, Grant?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to respond to your comments there. So I agree. I don't think we should be working for a final draft and spend another hour doing the wordsmithing. I think the points we should vote on, and we can vote one-on-one on them if people feel like they're important or not to add. And then I think we should entrust Attorney Strange to work on a draft that includes those points. This will be back in front of the Common Council for an ultimate decision. So I think our job tonight is really just to make recommendations for any tweaks to it. I do also want to say, I disagree with the idea that working to put tighter constraints on this and making sure that it's doing what we're intending it to do and not writing it overly broad is somehow disrespectful of staff, or saying that we don't trust their decision making. And that idea was raised in several other discussions that have happened with this pandemic at the Common Council. And I think it's just a really dangerous place to go into. Believing that there are ways to make this order better and putting the time and energy into doing that is our job. It's certainly the job of the Common Council, and this was referred to the Transportation Commission for input from this commission. That doesn't mean that it's a criticism of the original order that was put together very quickly in a really crazy time when nobody knew what was happening, almost a month ago. But the idea that we shouldn't touch it, we shouldn't tweak it, we shouldn't make it a little bit better when it's in front of us, I just don't agree with at all. This is exactly what we should be doing. And I think these are really meaningful and thoughtful changes that would make sure that it's clear to everybody what should be happening. And I think they're very good changes. I really reject this idea that if we suggest any changes to it, we're somehow not trusting staff, or we're not trusting the intent of the original order or something like that. I just feel like it sets up a tension that doesn't need to be there. We can review this, we can take a look at it, we can say, oh, yeah, I think I get why this was put together. I think I get where it's trying to go. Let's tweak it. Let's make sure it is explicitly saying that, and that it doesn't set us up for something where there's a misunderstanding. So I think that's what we're doing here. And I don't like the idea that we just need to say, yep, trust staff, don't worry about it. And anything we put on here is somehow showing that we're not trusting them. So I hope we can just stay focused on what's actually in front of us and take some votes on these items for a recommendation.
Okay, is that all you had right now, Grant?
Yep.
Thank you. Alder Harrington, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have some observations of the conversation that we are in, and I thank you for your summary. It was a very detailed summary, and I appreciate the items that you brought up. And I do want to make a few points, and one of them is that we are under emergency actions, and I think that no one will disagree with the fact that we are under an emergency situation. And my question is, and it came up, is what is the process for determining what those critical items and to make sure that they are tied back into the pandemic, and having an agenda that states these are specific items that are tied to the pandemic, might be a consideration. And these are the items that the commission must consider that are not tied in, and that might work. But I still am faced with the fact that it is necessary, and is demonstrated by the conversations tonight, is that these decisions, and everyone has applauded the decisions that staff have made that required fluid, rapid actions to the pandemic. And in circling back, there still will be circumstances where ratification will come after actions. And so how that looks and how that needs to be tweaked, it's certainly a conversation. But we don't know where we are in terms of the pandemic. And it was really said that over the past initial 10 days, starting in first part of March, things were happening and changing so quickly that decisions have to be made. I in no way am supportive of the council giving away authority. I want to make that clear, and because it is insinuated that, if we're saying that we should not be looking at and tweaking and asking conversations, that's not where I am at all. But where I am at is that when, and Alder Moreland said it so succinctly, when we're in a period of rapid spread and people in jeopardy of dying, is that these decisions have to be made fluidly, quickly, rapidly, and those decisions were made. I would ask for consideration is not to, and I'm going to use the word tie their hands. And I mean, I know that that's not a term that alders like to hear, but there is an opportunity. It is very important that staff has the opportunity to move and to act, and how they come back and report to the commission, and how they come back and let the community and the citizens know. That's important, and we're not relinquishing that. But it still is very critical that ability to act quickly, we don't want to lose that. And I think that I don't want us to jeopardize and lose sight of the fact that has to be a part of the new norm for us. And so what is that process that determines, what items rises to the top of action right now, that decisions right now need to be made? And I just want to make that observation of we are in a time of where those decisions are critical, and they must be made nimbly. So thank you for allowing me to input.
Yes, thank you very much. Next, I have Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I don't object to any of the recommendations. I think they make sense in a lot of ways. I also like to keep things simple. So the way I see this is that this was written at a time when decisions had to be made really fast, and it wasn't clear if we would be able to meet. Given that we are able to meet for now, I think it makes sense that this gives the city the authority to act in the meantime. And as long as we are continuing to meet, which Anne is something you can shed light on, then we will continue to see these things.
Yeah, I was going to comment on our meetings at the end under the announcements by the chair. Are you suggesting, Chris, just before I lower your hand, that you're comfortable the way that it's written, or you think we need to make some of the modifications that have been suggested? Chris, you're still unmuted, I think. Nope, you got muted again. There you go.
So I guess maybe Attorney Strange could speak to this, but I think maybe the only helpful change is when the Transportation Commission meets rather than this.
Okay. the language I had, John and I talked about, was provided that when the Transportation Commission next meets, the Director of Transportation shall present each action taken pursuant to the authority above for ratification or rescission by the Transportation Commission. So John, are you still okay with that particular language?
Yeah, I mean, that effectively changes the F to a N. So yeah.
Okay, basically, yeah. All right, Alder Harrington, I see you up again. Go ahead.
No, I meant to let my hand down. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, there you go. Okay, now I don't see any other hands up at this particular point. So is someone want to make a motion for us to consider? Somebody want to raise their hand? Alder Foster. I got you unmuted.
I would move that we ask Attorney Strange to draft a substitute or alternate incorporating the suggestions from the Transportation Commission.
And by those suggestions, I'm just going to list them to make sure that we're on the same. Were you including that item 5.3 not be included, Grant?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so it would just
apply to A and B, but not C.
Okay, and then it would be for decisions that can't wait. It would be for actions taken as a result of the pandemic. More tight language regarding an end date. And then the when the TC meets versus if the TC meets. And then the staff would be required to inform the Transportation Commission through the TC chair of changes as they're being made.
I think you got them all. Yep.
Get them all? Okay, yep. So that's a motion. So I'll lower your hand. Is there a second to that motion? Oh, John, I'm going to lower your hand, but then I have to unmute you again.
That's right.
Is there a second? Bill?
I will second Grant's motion.
Okay. I got to find John to unmute you because I want you. I lost you, John. Where'd you go? Joe, I can't find John. Why can't I find John screen down here?
He's currently unmuted.
I'm unmuted.
Oh, you are. Oh, you're up at the top. Thank you. There you go. Okay. You raised your hand, John. That's why you're at the top. I was looking for you in alpha order. That's okay. Right. Did you have any questions before we go into further discussion? Did you get all of what we were talking about?
Yeah, no, I did. Yep, no questions.
Okay, so discussion about the motion that's on the table. And thank you all for being so wide awake at 8:54. No discussion? Okay, so go back to my standard language here. So I'm going to, is there anybody who objects to, any objection to a unanimous consent vote in favor of the motion that's on the table? If so, raise your hand. I don't see any hands. Okay, so do I have to read that again, or is everybody clear on what our motion is? And John, you're okay with the, okay, yay, nod, that's good, that works too. Okay, so seeing no objections, the motion carried. Patrick, you got all that? Okay, so Patrick and John, you guys can work together, and I've got some notes too. So just be sure not to lose my notes. Okay, all right, I just got to find my agenda again here. All right, so that's item number 3. So move on to item number 4, which is temporarily suspend parking regulations. And Sabrina, I think you're, find you to unmute you. There you go.
All right. So this resolution is somewhat of a companion or similar to the one just considered, where it addresses some of the emergency actions taken, specifically related to on-street parking, which is covered under General Ordinances Chapter 12.122. So this resolution provides authority for the parking division manager or traffic engineer to suspend enforcement of on-street parking regulations under this section for specific purposes that are stated in the resolution. Those purposes are to provide food to customers through curbside pickup, to facilitate individual compliance from residents to stay home, to support continued business operations through employees working remotely from home, and to serve other purposes to mitigate COVID-19 related community and public health impacts. Tom went over some of the actions we've taken already, or actually I think covered all of them. But under the suspension of certain Chapter 12 regulations, we've suspended enforcement of on-street parking meters, also resident parking only restrictions, 1 hour and 2 hour time limit restrictions in non-metered areas. And that applies to both the RP3, the residential parking program, as well as 1 and 2 hour restrictions in non-RP3 areas. Also, street sweeping and clean streets, clean lakes restrictions, and allowing restaurants and grocers to provide curbside pickup at certain locations that are posted with no stopping, standing, or parking restrictions. So approval of this resolution would essentially provide that authority for traffic engineering and parking division to continue with these suspensions, or potentially suspend other on-street parking restrictions for those stated purposes related to COVID-19. And with that, I'll open up to questions, or if Yang.
I was trying to unmute Brittany. So
Sabrina, can you tilt your camera down at all?
I beg your pardon?
I was talking to Sabrina, just wondering if she could tilt. Thank you. You're kind of falling off the screen.
Brittany,
Thanks.
I was successful in unmuting you. Did you have anything to add?
No, not particularly. I think.
Okay. Well, I'll leave you and Sabrina unmuted so that you can answer any questions. So let's see. Harold, go ahead.
Thank you. I have one question. So the resolution as it stands right now only talks about the suspension of parking enforcement versus the modification of any rules. So I'm thinking, for example, if you realize you need a place for curbside pickup and currently people can just park their car there for unlimited amounts of time, and you would actually want to have a stricter rule where you have 3-minute parking, for example. Is that something that this resolution would allow you to do?
So I'll let Brittany maybe chime in if I miss something. But the way we've been, addressing some of these things with curbside pickup is by posting temporary no parking restrictions or creating short-term parking. So basically creating loading zones. And this is, something that we have done routinely for various needs. If we've got, for instance, a large event and they need bus parking or passenger pickup and drop off for some type of event, we'll post no parking or basically temporary restrictions to facilitate those types of uses. And then those can be enforced based on kind of the purpose for which they were posted. So I think that for those types of temporary changes or needs, we would be able to address that through kind of the methods available to us for those temporary changes. But Brittany has anything to add?
Go ahead, Brittany.
Certainly. So currently a lot of the provisions in Chapter 12 state that we shall enforce this in such and such way, or that we shall impose certain meter fees to be exactly certain things. And so this lifts our ability to make changes in that regard and does give us some flexibility. We still are enforcing, as Sabrina mentioned, loading zones so that we can change the signage in areas. We do have some authority to just change the signage without having to do any ordinance type changes. So we do have the power to make changes as necessary in these kind of dire times.
Thank you.
Okay. I do not see it. Does anybody else have any other questions? I don't see any hands raised. Ken?
approval of the temporary suspension of regulations.
Okay. And Harold?
Second.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. So is there any objection? Is there a discussion, further discussion? Okay, I was assuming so since there weren't any hands up. So is there any objection to a unanimous consent vote in favor? If you have any objections, please raise your hand. Not sure how long I'm supposed to wait, but I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so the motion passes, unanimous consent. Thank you very much. Okay, next item on the agenda. Natalie, you're up. I think you might still, nope, you're muted, or you're unmuted now. Item 5, to approve actions taken by Metro during the COVID-19 health emergency, which we've talked about a lot already, but go for it.
You have talked about this a lot already, so I'll be brief. This is the companion resolution that has the Transportation Commission ratifying actions taken by the Director of the Department of Transportation and the Transit General Manager during the COVID pandemic. And those included the reduction of service to Saturday service plus commuter routes, the reduction of capacity to 15 passengers plus a driver, the institution of rear door entry and exit, the suspension of collection of fares, and the operation as a charter service to transport people experiencing homelessness. So those are the actions that would normally have had to come to the Transportation Commission for your approval that were taken under the emergency orders and now are coming back to you for ratification.
Questions or discussion? Please raise your hand. I don't see any hands. Is somebody, Bridget?
Yeah, I just want to move approval of this resolution.
Okay, Ken?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, is there any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor? If there is any objection, please raise your hand. I do not see any hands raised, so the motion passes. Thank you very much. Let's move on to review and approval of Metro Transit's proposed service changes. Natalie, you want to start out and then you'll have to let me know who else you want me to unmute. Oops, you're muted again, Natalie. There you are. Okay, there you go.
So thank you. It'd probably be great if you unmuted Drew back, and I think Tim Sabota is still around. I love his picture of him in front of the bus. I know you've been sitting here a long time this evening. This is coming back to you. We were with you on March 11th to go through a very lengthy list of service changes we were proposing to make in August.
Natalie, let me just say that I already unmuted Drew and Tim just so they know, so they don't, so they know they're live right now. So go ahead.
They can hop in.
Okay.
So on March 11th, you sat through public testimony on a lengthy list of changes to service that we were planning on making. On March 12th, the governor issued a state of emergency, and we responded to that with all the things that I just discussed in the previous email. So our routes have gone to maybe 50% of what they were previously under when we run under Saturday service with commuter service. Our ridership has gone down to about 10% of what we normally see. We've lost approximately $1.1 million in fares per month during this time that we've been in fare suspension. So we are in a dramatically different place, and over the next several months, what we'll start to do is hope that we continue to beat back this pandemic through social distancing. But at Metro, we'll be starting to look at when and if it's safe for us to increase service. How would we do that? How would we recover? And most likely it won't be by moving back to full service in an overnight manner. And so we'll have to be thoughtful about how we add service in a way that serves our community during this time and that continues to keep our drivers and our passengers safe. So as we looked at that, it seemed unreasonable to come here tonight and have you review a lengthy list of service changes, which may or may not, we may or may not be ready to institute in August. And it would be confusing to our riders to hear us talking about service changes when we're really at such a reduced rate and we don't know when we're going to come back from that. So what we're proposing tonight is that you review and approve two sets of changes. One, the changes that have been requested by the University of Wisconsin. They're still interested in making those changes. We provide them with service and they pay for that service. And so this is really about them serving their constituencies. And they have had a long and lengthy process of taking input from their constituents and their riders. And they would like to continue in August with the changes that they had proposed. The second is the Route 29, which we made a change to because we're losing a park and ride location at the Northport Town Center. I can't remember the name of that town center, at the shopping mall on Northport and Sherman Avenue. And so we're modifying that Route 29 route because of that loss of park and ride. So we're asking you to review those two changes and approve them tonight to be instituted in August, and then suspend action on all the other changes that we were contemplating until such time as we're returning to a more routine service. And then we may bring those back to you for further review.
And something else we discussed, Natalie, was you coming back to us with a road to recovery at some point.
So my expectation is that in the June timeframe, or when you meet next, that we would start talking to you about some of our ideas with regards to recovery and how we might make those changes work. So we're starting to work on the plans now. We're really just getting our feet under us. We still have to be vigilant about the safety of passengers and drivers. But at the same time, we're going to start working on some ideas about how service might return and how that return should be done to be fair to everybody in our community.
Yes, and I'm just going to add this and then I'll see if other folks from Metro have other comments. And that's in light of what the new normal might be, because we're all not aware of what that might be. John Strange, did you need me to unmute you in this one too, John? There you go, just in case. So I've got John, Drew, and Tim unmuted at this point, and Natalie. Okay, any other comments from Metro staff before we go to questions from the group? I think everybody has hopefully had an opportunity to review the changes, which are much less. We do have some folks registered from the public. So once staff is done with this presentation part, we'll go to those comments from the public.
Would you like Drew or Tim to go through the specific changes for the university routes and the route?
Oh, Ken has his hand up. Hang on. Go ahead, Ken.
So I had a question of Drew. So what Natalie just said, the university should have balanced things off, and they said, in order to get more of one thing, we're willing to sort of, the main thing that I understand they're not going to do is have 81 going as far east. What's the main added service, or is it added frequency or whatever that the university gets? My understanding is the total amount that they're contracting with us stays the same, but they're saying we want more of A and less of B, right?
Yeah, to an extent, what's going to happen, or what would happen, is the west end of Route, I think it's 81, would extend further west on the campus all the way to Walnut Street, and then it would drop down to Old University Avenue, where there is a substantial concentration of students living. And this is something that we've been hearing for years too. Request that route, the late night route, would get extended through there.
Okay, So 81 is basically moving west.
Yeah, let me make sure it's the 81. I'm pretty sure that's it. No,
Let me just throw out there that we have two folks from our ward, and Margaret Bergamini are on, or they were. I don't know if they, Joe, can you respond? They have registered to be available to answer questions. Is that right, Patrick?
Yes.
Yes. So there are two people from the University of Wisconsin who are here to answer questions if people have them. We would just need Joe to unmute them.
Just one thing, Ken, it's Route 82 that would stretch further west. I'm sorry.
Okay. So they're getting the same amount of service. They're just redeploying where the buses are going to be.
Yes.
Okay.
Ken, did you have questions for Margaret? And Tim has Tim, I just unmuted you too, Tim. So did you have a question for those folks from the university, Ken, in particular?
Well, Drew sort of answered it. If they want to add more to why there was such a reason to move it, that's fine too.
Darwin and Margaret are unmuted.
Okay. Dar and Margaret, welcome. Do you want to go ahead and answer Ken's question?
This is Darwin Ward. So the main reason we're changing the 8182 is we're pulling the routes in closer to campus area. And what we did was we looked at the density of student residences. The way their 8182 are now is the way they were originally designed, I believe, and that was something like 20 years ago. The patterns of student residences have changed significantly since then. And while there are still a lot of students living out on the east, on the Johnson corridor there, the density is much higher closer into campus. And in particular, we were not serving that old university corridor. And so we wanted to extend to that corridor where there's very high density residential, and then try to pull the system in so that it was sort of more equitable in all directions, as opposed to serving one very far eastern corridor and not so much in other directions. So that was kind of the justification. But it is basically the late night service is a net no change to service hours.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Dar, do you want to speak at all to the changes during the daytime?
Sure. I mean, really what the purpose is to try to reduce crowding and to improve the on-time performance. And so we're making an adjustment to the structure so that we essentially are making the 84 route in the middle of the day, serving Eagle Heights as sort of a spur that goes off to Eagle Heights, as opposed to a route that used to try to serve all of campus and Eagle Heights. For technical reasons, that gives you a better headway to Eagle Heights while also sort of discouraging crowding from Central Campus from getting on that route. And then we will be adding 2 extra buses to the main area of campus. And so the hope is that crowding and passing will reduce, and that also that will help contribute to the buses being able to stay on time better. And I just wanted to mention, we are planning to go ahead with this, assuming that the university went back to in-person classes in the fall. If that does not happen for some reason, we would be working with Metro on whatever an interim step would be, just as we did when the governor announced his order. We reduced our service from a standard level to a recess level, and so we would be working with Metro on an emergency plan if that was the case. This assumes that we go back to full campus operations in the fall, and so in part it would help us with our social distancing to have additional service in the middle of the day.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else from you, Ken?
No.
Okay. All right. Any other staff presentation? Otherwise, I'll ask. Did we have any other public comments, Patrick?
Yes, there is Nick Smith, who wishes to speak in support. It's on Mound Street.
Okay. Can you unmute him, please, Joe?
He's unmuted.
Okay.
Oh, he muted himself. Hold on. Now he's unmuted. All right.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me real quick? Okay, good.
We can.
Solid. Thanks. My name is Nick Smith. I'm a member of the ASM Student Transportation Board. I've been on the board for the past 2 years, and we have been working on these proposals for the past 2 years. I want to voice my support and the board's support for these proposals, specifically the ones to increase service during the day and to shift around the late night service. I want to reiterate that these proposals originated with students and have student input from the beginning, and that ASM pays for over 50% of the Route 80s through the student seg fees that we collect.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have a question for Nick? Okay. So is someone can?
Do you want to do this route by route or just the whole package?
The whole package, unless you have a different opinion.
Of the recommended changes to 29 and the 80s.
Okay. Jessica?
Second.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second to approve the changes to the Route 29 and the campus routes 80, 81, 82, and 84 as recommended. And those would be the only changes that we would be approving tonight. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Is there any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor of these changes? If there is any objection, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised, so the motion carries. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, next, Natalie, you're still up for item 7 with regard to paratransit contracts. See, I probably need to find Nancy Sen and unmute her. Okay, I got you unmuted.
And Crystal Martin. I'm going to let Nancy and Crystal
answer
paratransit contracts.
All right, I'm going to do a screen share here.
All right, I'm trying to unmute Crystal. Just there you go. Whoops. There you go. Crystal's unmuted and Nancy's unmuted. Okay.
And Nancy, I think we could encourage you. They've probably read whatever materials we've given them, so you can.
All we got was the actual resolution.
All right.
Resolution.
Yep.
So what we have here is the current contract that we have for paratransit service ends on June 30th. And new contracts really are set to begin the next day on July 1st. We did have a competitive RFP process, which was completed, and we received 3 proposals, and they happen to be from the 3 existing providers. Both price proposals and technical proposals were evaluated by separate teams, and the evaluations determined that all of the proposers were responsive, and we deemed that they were necessary to meet the anticipated capacity needs. And of course, these recommendations were made in March. The proposals were due in February. We reviewed them in March and came to that conclusion. We did structure the contracts this time around, or the RFPs, so that it really maintained the services that we have now in the fashion we have them now. So all ride requests still come to Metro, and then we distribute the rides to our contractors. The other thing we were looking for in these contracts, as we have it now, is we wanted to continue to have a dedicated service provider providing exclusive service to us and paid at an hourly rate.
Hey, Nancy?
Yep.
You know you're not sharing your screen right now, right?
I thought I was.
No, we're not seeing any screen share. We're just seeing people.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Should be 2 clicks.
Thank you, Joe.
Is it working?
There we go. Yep.
There you go.
All right. So the contractors then really was structured so that we would have both that dedicated transportation provider and then the non-dedicated service. So the non-dedicated service providers really provide us service on a per trip basis. That's how we pay for them. The dedicated provides us that hourly service provider where we schedule their rides for them, schedule the runs for them. So with these proposals, we achieved that. We got all of those things that we needed, and we are making a recommendation that we go forward with awards to each of these 3 providers. And again, it would be Abbey Vans providing per trip service, Badger Bus providing an hourly service for us or a dedicated service, and Transit Solutions providing that per trip ride. The differences in the proposals this time around, kind of between the vendors, we had a nice gamut. We had some strong proposal from one of the providers, a lot of technology offered in their proposal with scheduling software, tablets, and cameras. Another provider, of course, really gave us that dedicated service, which allows us to make sure that we have service on the street available to us. We have the available capacity that we would need. And then we saw another contractor which really fared very well in terms of offering benefits and incentives to their drivers, which we found very attractive, especially in the environment when they proposed it, which was a difficulty in finding drivers at this time. So that we found appealing as well. We focused a lot on the upgrades to the contract itself or to the scope of services, really focused on safety features. So little tweaks were made in that scope of services that really defined where we were trying to look more closely at safety issues, whether it was passenger assistance, requirements for development of a safety plan, vehicle and driver documentation and approval as they came on board, and reporting to us on accidents and incidents and feedback items that were safety related, with their corrective action and our opportunity to review that corrective action and ask for more if we felt it was necessary. So that's really the overview of it, and I'm available for questions.
Crystal, did you have anything to add?
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay.
Good job.
Patrick, do we have any public members of the public registered to speak on this?
No.
Okay. So are there any, I see Alder Carter, you're still on. Did you have any comments on this particular topic? I'm assuming not. Okay. Questions, Harold, there you go.
I move approval.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Bill?
I second.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Further discussion? I don't see any hands. Is there any objection to unanimous consent vote in favor? If there is any objection, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. So the motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are on to item 8. Poor Chris Pedakowski, you're still here. I'm going to unmute you, Chris. I'm trying to unmute you. There you go. Chris, you're unmuted. Did you want me to unmute Renee and Jerry as well?
Sure.
Okay. So Jerry, you're unmuted. Now I just got to find Renee. I don't see Renee. Are you still on, Renee? Joe, is Renee Calloway still on? And I'm missing her?
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, we might have,
No, I don't see her.
might have dropped off. So Chris,
okay.
it looks like you and Jerry are here.
She's like, she lowers her head and like scratches her hair. She's like,
No
I
problem.
get my hair done. Just like, oh God, Rich again.
Really like the pedicure. Really, I do want a pedicure really bad.
All right.
I'm sorry, somebody speaking?
Jerry.
Thanks for getting a pedicure.
So Jerry's unmuted and Chris is unmuted.
Are you guys seeing the plan view here?
We are.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right. So the resolution before you here is to approve geometry for the Garver path, as well as allow the a modification to the contract as to do the final design for the various areas of the approved geometry. I will just go through this pretty quick. We did go through this at a previous commission meeting. We do not have a lot of changes, but I will go through it briefly here. The project is from Sugar Avenue and the Capital City Trail to Milwaukee Street. As a new path, new 10-foot wide path with 3 new multi-use path bridges over the Starkweather Creek and the wetland areas. So I'll start here on the south end. On Sugar Avenue here, we transverse through the Garver feed mill site through easement that was obtained when that development was approved. We pick up with a new path, 10-foot wide path here on the north side of the tracks here. And I should mention north is to the right on this diagram. Crossing the creek at Starkweather Drive here with a new bridge that would be 14-foot clear width. And then we turn north on Starkweather Drive. We would be reconstructing Starkweather Drive with this project into a one-way street. Basically using the footprint of the existing street to create a 10-foot wide path, terrace, and then a 12-foot wide street. Would be including all the pedestrian ramps associated with the reconstruction. We'd also be looking at, while we're reconstructing the street, we are going to be reconstructing the sanitary sewer and the storm sewer in the street. The path extends to the north and through Obie Sherry Park, making a connection to the existing paths in Obie Sherry Park. We have a new reconstructed Ivy Street Bridge to get over Starkweather Creek and connect folks over to Ivy Street and Fair Oaks Avenue. The path continues along the edge of the park and through a wetland area here with a new bridge spanning the wetland areas and up to Milwaukee Street with a new crossing. What we're proposing at Milwaukee Street here is some bump outs to and lane reductions. Right now, there's currently 2 eastbound lanes that merge into one at the edge of the project limits here, and we would be proposing to modify that so that there's actually just one through lane with a bus stop pullout here in between. And also looking at widening the island here on Milwaukee Street for two-stage crossing and lining it up for future expansion north on Starkweather Creek in the future with more development. So that is the project layout. As I mentioned, it's a brand new path, 10-foot wide asphalt path with the 3 bridge structures. They're both proposed to be abutment and on abutments and truss structures, similar to what was just built over on the Capital City Trail on the south side of the railroad tracks.
Hey, Ken, you have a question?
Chris, on the north side where it comes out into Milwaukee, until you get the extension through going across the street, where are the bikes going to go? Are they going to go west or east on Milwaukee?
So they could go either way. We have marked bike lanes with the project on Milwaukee Street, and so you could extend east, heading this way on the bike lane, or you could cross the street and head west with the bike lane that way.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other questions, Harold?
Yeah, thank you. This is very, very exciting. It has been in the works for a long time. I mean, one thing on my mind right now, coming back to how we started this meeting about talking about overcrowding on paths and not having enough space to maintain social distancing. I mean, I am wondering if for future projects, we have to rethink how do we construct our off-street trails to provide the ability for people to use it for transportation, for recreation, while being pandemic proof, so to speak. And I mean, I don't think this should hold up this project, but thinking about, maybe we can build it 10 feet right now, but thinking about similar to what has been discussed at the Cap City and Monona Terrace, like, is there room where we could potentially put in a gravel shoulder to provide that extra space if it turns out we need that at some point? That's just something, I did want to mention.
Chris, your thoughts?
That's a good question. The width, I think, is pretty standard. The shoulders are actually initially built as gravel shoulders, and then what happens is the grass grows right through it and goes right to the path. So if folks were interested in the discussion of the cross section, we could take a look at that. I think this is kind of an appropriate width for this size. Certainly in the Starkweather Drive area where we're a bit constricted, that might be a little challenging, but through the rest of the site, that's something we could consider.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, I think this is mostly going to be an issue once the path actually gets extended. Right now, probably the use is not going to be extremely high, but with redevelopment with the Milwaukee Street area, then if the path does extend towards some prairie, that might actually make it a fairly busy corridor. And we know that even under normal times, if you don't have segregated spaces for people walking and biking, that can be problematic.
And all you had, Harold?
Sorry? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ken, you're next.
Beginning construction on this?
We're looking at construction in 2021 with this one.
Okay. I would move approval of this geometry.
Okay, there's a motion. Harold?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Further discussion? Alder Foster? Grant?
Thank you.
I got into the Alder mode. And, I'm never mean to be disrespectful. I just always call you guys by your first names. I hope that's okay.
I'll answer to either one of them.
Right.
Many other names as well. I just wanted to really basically just say thanks to staff. We had 2 public meetings on this, and I think got some really good feedback from mostly from folks that live nearby. I think there's a lot of interest and excitement. There were a number of different issues and concerns that were raised, and I think a lot of those were incorporated into some of the changes in the design. So I feel really good about what's being proposed, and also just really looking forward to getting it built.
Great. Any other discussion? Okay, any objection to unanimous consent vote? In favor, if you have any objection, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands. Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Sorry to keep you so late, Chris.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Okay, yeah, see ya. All right, next announcements by the chair. At this point, the Transportation Commission has only received permission from the mayor and the council president to hold this meeting today. And we tried to, as you can tell, cram a lot into the meeting today because we don't at this point have another one approved. However, we have a meeting scheduled on Monday, which would be to discuss the agenda at the end of April, but I thought we would use that meeting to review any critical items which may need TC approval in May. We do have a number of things that I've been tracking, Vision Zero advanced projects that Tom mentioned earlier, Transportation Improvement Plan review, Blair Street geometrics, some engineering projects, Cedar Street, La Follette Avenue, potentially possibly expanding the personal delivery device zone if that is ready. And we had a couple of other things like Metro's federally mandated safety plan, but that may not need to happen until June. So we do have a number of items, and we're only addressing critical items at this point. We have a lot of things on our work plan that we haven't taken up because they don't absolutely have to be taken up now. And we're trying to keep the meetings, I know you're going to laugh when I say we're trying to keep them as short as possible here when it's 9:39. But we are only taking up critical items right now during the emergency. So we'll keep you posted on dates. I think, Patrick, you canceled the 2 May meetings with the understanding we'll put invitations back out there if we do have one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Does anybody have any critical or non-critical future agenda items that we should add to the list that I didn't happen to mention already? Oh, Ken and Bill and Harold have their hands up. Ken?
And just clarify, the meeting on Monday, what did you say about that?
Oh, that's just my normal agenda setting meeting that I have with staff where we're looking at different things coming up.
Okay.
Bill? Go ahead. Whoops. Okay.
I had the same question as Ken. So
okay. Yeah, it's just meeting with staff.
Okay.
All right, so lower your hand. Harold?
I just think that probably talking about metro service, metro recovery is probably going to be a very critical item that we need to talk about. I mean, I know Milwaukee has just moved back to mostly regular service levels. And so, I mean, there will be some short-term decisions happening in the meantime. But yeah, I think that should be something that probably needs to be on our agenda the next time we meet.
Sure. I had it down for June, but it sounds like it might be, we should probably move that up to May because I think it's going to take a lot of planning. And people are already talking about in various states about what regulations might be. You know, we need to understand that as well. Did you have anything else, Harold?
Nope, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, Yang? Okay, Yang, sorry.
Yeah. Just let you know that, you know, we discussed a few items, particular items from engineering, Blair Street, Cedar Avenue, for example. I had some updates from them. They would not be ready for the May meetings. So, but if we can have a June meeting in June, it would be perfect for those projects.
Okay, and that would include Blair, Cedar, and La Follette?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else have any other items? Okay, we'll keep you posted on that. Tom had sent out an email letting us know that a new general manager is coming on board at Madison Metro, Justin Sternberg. I'm not sure I'm saying his name right, hopefully. The week of May 4th, Justin will work closely with Natalie, our interim manager, during the transition, and certainly many thanks to Natalie for her service as interim manager during this very stressful time. The joint TC-TPBB meeting was put on hold. The traffic calming subcommittee meetings were put on hold. All of that is put on pause. Some of our regular work plan stuff is put on pause until we can get back into more normal meeting mode. So.
And I notice Alder Foster has his hand raised.
Yep, I just noticed that as well. Thank you. Sorry, Grant, I just noticed. I was looking at my notes instead of the screen.
Yeah, I was just gonna make a comment on the meeting schedule that you were discussing. I was just gonna say, even given holding off on non-urgent items, et cetera, this was 5 hours long tonight. I think normally we're always around 3 hours or more on a every 2 week schedule. So for what it's worth, I mean, if it can be accommodated, I would prefer to, kind of be on a more frequent schedule to try and not have them be monster meetings. So just as you're kind of meeting with staff and looking at all the items, and obviously there's need to balance it with other city meetings as well. But to the degree that we can, I would be in favor of having more meetings, still only dealing with the more critical stuff. But if we, in order to just keep them a little bit more manageable in terms of length.
Well, we will. This is the only one that we got approved. So
yeah, no, I'm just putting it out there now. I don't know what other people's feelings are. And obviously, we'll do what we need to do. But I imagine that if we wait another month, even if we push some of the other stuff off till June, it's just hard to go through a number of items, and it's hard for members of the public to stay up late to stay with us as well. So
it is absolutely. And after the COVID-19 emergency is over, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have like 15 things on the list that we need to take up. So it could get they could get pretty long. And I'm certainly not in favor of these meetings, but we estimated our time at around 4 hours. So, we're like 45 minutes beyond that, which is not too bad because the item on the street closures was very active and took way longer than we had estimated. So I just want to say thanks to everybody. Thanks for your patience with me as I try and figure out how to do this. And thanks to Joe for and other tech folks for helping, because Joe, had you not helped train me, this would have been a pitiful meeting. And thanks to everybody for your patience and your great participation today. And thanks to staff and Tom, the staff who are no longer on. Many people said it today, but would you please carry back our sincere gratitude and support for the actions that they have had to take. You have had to take, your staff, Yang, everybody has had to take during this extremely stressful time. We really appreciate it, and you have our full support. So, and admiration for everything that you've done. All the hours that you've put in to help support us. So, does anybody have a motion to adjourn? Oh, Grant's hand is up.
I'll move adjourn.
Is that you, Grant? Whoops.
I was going to move adjournment since my mic was open.
Okay, all right. And Ken?
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. I gotta lower those hands. All right, I'm assuming unanimous consent to adjournment. Hopefully nobody raises their hand. All right, thank you all very much. Much appreciated. And we'll keep you posted on the next meeting time.